Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts.
Oh my gosh.
Illegal. Well, here we are again. It's good to see all you folks here on this Sunday Funday. However, we've got a lot to talk about still, amidst our attempts at having fun here, so might as well put those seatbelts on just in case. It's time for us to take a journey through the unknown. Okay, let's see. Well, Mo and Noah, Aaron W, Jerry McLean, 123 in the YouTube chat, Robot Cat, Mozart, I still don't understand. But either way, Mozart, I'm gonna just cycle through them since I still don't get which one it's supposed to be. Donald James X is here, as well as Bob Carmody. See Disco Wolf in chat. Jonathan, PB, Lady Badash, Schmegley. I think that's everyone. Well, good to see you all. It is Sunday Funday. It's a day of fun. Although, I don't know how much sun there is. Also, there's a lot of stuff happening right now in the world. I don't know if you've noticed. So it may be hard for us to maintain the expected level of fun today. I'm gonna try. Oh, am I gonna try? I'm gonna try so hard. But, even with that, I have my concerns. You don't forget it. I'm not gonna do the news at all. Let's just dance.
He created the universe. And he is a jealous duck. Let us pray.
Oh.
We humble ourselves before the duck and offer it a clean and pleasing worship. The duck is pleased. Oh, the duck is pleased.
Wonderful. Well, now that we have the duck's blessing, that means that we can get back to work, right, gang? Oh, we have a lot of new discoveries that need to be made, a lot of nuts and berries that need to be gathered.
Jamila?
Yes?
Jamila, we just worked yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that. Maybe we could just take a day off. Do some singing and dancing. Kiri just invented dancing.
Interesting.
It's dancing.
Oh!
That does look amazing, Kiri, but I'm sorry.
So true.
You know, there's just only so much light in the day before the darkness comes, and then we have to get back to the cave. I'm sorry. We got work to do. There's just not time for singing and dancing right now. We got work.
I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't want to do the work today. What? What's this? Uh-oh. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't want to do the work today.
How do you guys all know this dance?
But now you're telling me I gotta
Kiri, did you choreograph this and teach everyone?
Yep.
Where was I?
I know that feeling when you find the thing that blows your mind, and next thing you know, there's away.
Okay, I am not trying to take anything away. I'm just telling you not to do something.
I know that we gotta work to get ahead. Our people have and keep it up to survive.
Thank you. All right, now listen, girls, let me reiterate. I know it's hard to just work with no play. I hope we all understand the importance of what we do and how this world is full of obstacles we gotta work through. We got so much to do already, and we have made discoveries that have helped our kind in so many ways. All right, seriously though, guys, we don't have time for this. We gotta wrap it up right now. I hope you're thinking about history, and our history will remain.
Come on, Jamila, you know we're just messing with ya. I got the best job, cause I'm in charge of food. I gotta eat everything to find out what tastes good. Don't eat that!
Nope.
No one eats
When
that!
I'm not kicking ass, I sit and stare at the grass and let the time pass to find out how it grows.
And
I still don't know.
I still don't know!
Shadows every day. We notice when the sky's cloudy, they go away. We're trying to explain.
What could they be? These are spirits that follow us. No matter how fast we run, they are trying to swallow us. Run! Run!
Okay.
We are the spirits of the Duckins!
No, everybody, it's okay. It's okay. It's just a shadow. It's just a shadow. No worries. And unfortunately, we can't dance away the rest of the evening. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But at least we got to dance a little bit here at the beginning of the day. Well, right? I mean, am I not a generous lord? All right. Enough of that. Let's go here to an individual by the name of Sir Walter Masterson of the Michigan Mastersons, perhaps? I don't know.
Like Sean White, have you ever done that before?
How you doing? So, here.
I'm doing great.
Here, yeah. So Project 2025. So, you want to talk about it?
Yeah,
Absolutely. So Trump said he never heard of it, and he also doesn't like it. Project 2025, all the co-authors are former members of the Trump administration. They've all worked for him. They stayed loyal to him. One of the most loyal people ever. They stayed loyal to him through everything. The election fraud, January 6th.
By the way, if you didn't see what the beginning of this said, hold on, we'll go back so you can see it. Walter was walking into the DNC a few weeks ago when a MAGA influencer in a Kamala shirt tried to troll him. And so this was his sort of response, I guess you might say.
However, they stay loyal to him through everything. The election fraud, January 6th, probably the most loyal people ever. Project 2025 is wants to schedule to fire federal workers and replace them with Trump loyalists. And he did this in his first term. He was great at it. John McKinsey was a great
Donald
person.
Trump if he publicly came out multiple times saying he does not endorse or he's not a part of Project 2025,
He'd be lying.
why do they keep endorsing it?
He'd be always lying. I mean,
Why would he lie about that?
Why would Trump lie? You know what? The left owns. You got
So hard. So hard to even come up with a reason why I would lie.
Other than that, there's been massive public pushback. And then if you read any page of Project 2025...
What's the thing that scares you most about Project 2025?
Well, the thing that scares me most about Project 2025. Okay, Schedule F, it's going to replace all the government workers with Trump loyalists. Let me see. Oh, there's one in there that's amazing. It's about Mexico's sovereignty. And it's saying it's going to use America's military to go in and invade Mexico to get rid of the cartels. You know, the cartels are a problem. Should we invade
The cartels are already here in America.
Well, should we invade Mexico and invade their sovereignty with the United States military? That is in Project 2025. I read. Come on the border. I read.
Oh my god. Oh, he just got annihilated by a subtitle. Oh my god. Oh, get burned by a subtitle. Need your mom for the talking points?
I'm very versed in it. So
Come on, big boy.
300 new aircraft carriers, is in there, wants to build more nukes, and anything that we've done to get rid of nukes, it's going to get rid of that. More nukes. We need more nukes.
For the U.S.? You gotta protect yourself.
We don't have enough nuclear bombs. Is that a joke? That's a joke. Okay, listen, if Trump wants to come out and publicly say we need more nukes, you know what, at least we'll be honest. You know what?
We've given all our stuff away. We've given it all away. We've given it all away.
Giving it away.
A lot of the money. What do you... What's your question? My mom's got a question.
Okay.
What's your question for me?
What's your question?
I love how this has become. Like, it started off with this kid trying to troll Walter Masterson, and then his mom has to take over. Oh boy.
I'm part of this. So.
Oh, here she is.
All of a sudden, running on the border.
Laura Loomer's cousin.
She's going to secure the border.
Okay, one of
Her aunt?
Okay, that's a good one.
This is Laura Loomer's aunt right here?
So, when she was VP, one of the things she was tasked with, there was 3 nations, 3 countries where you had the bulk of the immigrants coming from, and she was tasked with going and dealing with the internal problems that was causing just this mass migration. And migration from those 3 countries went down after it went.
This is how I do rhetoric. She might not be related to Lauren Loomer genetically, but you know she's got to at least be subscribed to that Substack.
Those 3 countries.
After 3.5 years, and finally Joe Biden decided to step up and do something about it.
Yeah, and there's also the bill. The border bill was killed.
Have you been to the border?
Yes, I've been to the border.
Have you ever been there before? Have you seen it?
Have I waved at the cartel?
Have you seen the cartel? They're just hanging out there.
You know that so the cartel. So most of the drugs coming in, they give it to white people, all right, and they come through port of entry. Cartels are a major business. They're a functional business. They're making a lot of money. They're doing really good. They don't put it on brown people's backs and send them over the border. They give it to white people to go over and use ports of entry because that is the most effective way to get in there. Every government,
No, white people wouldn't do that.
Alphabet agency has
No. Those aren't the white people. Those are the fake whites.
said,
Wait, she's having to repeat it? Why is she having to repeat it for him right now? I don't understand. She should just do her own channel. This kid is clearly not I don't think he's quite up to the task yet.
Comes to our border, they're paying the cartel thousands of dollars, and
That look at the camera like, what's happening right now? I mean, I'm asking the same question myself. Why is this woman having to repeat this whole thing that he just said in front of him? He's a foot away.
yeah, and except the legislation that would have put tons of things where it can sense when fentanyl, all the things that sense when fentanyl is going through the border through ports of entry. A major border bill that Langford was a huge Trumper. He supported his election fraud conspiracy, far right guy. He was one of the co-authors, and they killed it because Trump wanted something to run on.
No, I think it's so funny because they blame Trump for everything. In that GNC, Trump's.
This is hilarious. I'm pretty sure her son is now. That's why she's not looking at Walter's camera, because she's looking at her son, who's got the phone. He's got the phone going. It's a weird son-mom duo thing happening here. But hey, you got nothing else going on a weekend. Why not indoctrinate the kids? And also maybe make a little money while you're at it. Make the money. You've been on the son's live chat? You've been on this kid's live chat before? Really? Interesting. See, I was unaware of this dude's existence until I saw this video, so... You're ahead of me on this whole thing, apparently. Finger closer to this particular pulse. Watch out. Might wind up in a place you don't want it. Just saying. Speaking of Project 2025, let's quickly go to this. We can't watch all this. Hold on, let me go to this part. One part of this. Members of Congress earlier this week held a sort of it's not a meeting, right? It was in Congress. It was like a collective sort of warning about the contents of Project 2025 and what Republicans intend to do with it. Who was it that I wanted to listen to? There's multiple people that come to the floor and talk.
Here to discuss Project 2025, the extremist playbook to impose a radical right-wing agenda upon Americans. It's called Project 2025 because it's designed to be implemented by Trump and his allies if he returns to the White House next year. The authors of Project 2025 have even begun recruiting people to apply for jobs to help implement this scheme because, as they detail in Project 2025, they plan to fire career civil servants and replace them with partisans who swear loyalty to Trump rather than to our country or our Constitution, a move, by the way, that the former president tried to implement by executive order before he left office. When the authors of Project 2025 decided to publish their radical agenda, they must not have realized that their ideas are so extreme that Americans would reject them as being, frankly, un-American. So that's why the former president and many of those allies are now trying to distance themselves from Project 2025. But they can't,
if not sooner.
because their fingerprints are all over Project 2025, and nowhere is that clearer than in Project 2025's plan to ban abortion and restrict women's reproductive freedom. Because the truth is, the extremists who plotted with Trump to overturn Roe v. Wade were never going to stop there. Chapter 14 of Project 2025 outlines their plans. It was written by a member of the Trump administration, and you can read it yourself on pages 449 through 502. Project 2025 would impose a nationwide ban on medication abortion by revoking FDA approval of that drug. It would resurrect a 19th century law, the Comstock Act, to ban the mailing of abortion care materials and criminalize their use. Project 2025 would rip away access to basic contraception. It would end emergency room reproductive health care for women whose health and lives are at risk. Project 2025 would end IVF as it's currently practiced. It would require the government to monitor women's pregnancies and miscarriages. Project 2025 is beyond extreme.
That is gross. That is gross, just thinking about that. Why should the government be monitoring that? It does not seem like the government's responsibility in any possible way or interpretation. Utterly ridiculous.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Project 25? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. I hear it's very radical, some parts, although I also hear there's very good parts. But I've also never heard of it. Alright, now here's Donald Trump. Let's get right into it. This is doing Donald Trump impressions, might as well. Let's get into the Trump. We got a bunch of Trump stuff here today. Got some other things, of course, to talk about, but Trump is never not talking. This was him 23 hours ago. Claiming that Kamala Harris, well, she never worked at McDonald's.
Into it. Inflation has destroyed our middle class. It's destroyed our senior citizens. And all of these people coming in are horrible for the black population
all the people.
and the Hispanic population.
All the blacks and the Hispanics getting taken over by those terrible Haitians.
For the black population.
Who are technically, in a way, also black, but not the same kind of black.
And the Hispanic population. They're taking the jobs of the black population at levels that they've never seen before.
I don't understand why he keeps doubling down and tripling down on this supposed talking point of his. But it seems to be one of his favorites now. Is claiming that people outside of America are coming and taking away particularly black jobs, but now he's adding Hispanic jobs in there too. He's got to amp his numbers up. Let's be real.
Levels that they've never seen before. Hispanic also, they're suffering, and the families are suffering. They go out, they think they have a job, and they've lost a job to an illegal migrant. So
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the jobs. Doing all the things.
We lost 1.3 million jobs last month. Think of that. And now we've gained, out of that number, 635,000 jobs. But every single one of them was an illegal migrant. They've also, as you know, and you've heard me talk about it, just happened very recently, we found out, 818,000 jobs were fraud. They fraudulently claimed.
Fraudulent jobs. I don't know what that means. The jobs were fraud? In what way? Like the jobs numbers were fraud. I mean, I think that's what he's trying to say. But when he says the jobs are fraud, immediately I start thinking about people behind computers calling grandmas and being like, have you heard of this great opportunity before?
Happened very recently, we found out 818,000 jobs were fraud.
They were all fraud.
They fraudulently claimed that the economy picked up 800.
Now, Donald Trump is... I want to believe that the Wharton School of Business explained to him the jobs revisions, how those happen. And as president, even, or former president, he would have perhaps figured this out already. But doesn't mean that they were fraud. Okay, it just means that in some areas there were overestimates on jobs and they were revised lower after more data came to light. It's just how it works. They released an initial report and then later on, after more whatever, it's not fraud. It's just the way that the fucking system works.
18,000 jobs were fraud. They fraudulently claimed that the economy picked up 818,000 more jobs than they stated. And a whistleblower or leaker, let it be known that that was...
Who gave him this talking point? At this point, I feel like somebody else gave Donald Trump this talking point, who also doesn't understand the economy. And so it's like a telephone, it's a game of telephone with two people who both don't understand how the economy works or how jobs numbers work, trying to tell us something that they came up with just out of thin air.
False that the 818,000 jobs was a false fraud. It was a fraud.
It's a false fraud.
To be investigated, by the way.
Wait. That should be investigated. That actually should be investigated. Let's be real. A false fraud? Oh no, that's actually wait. No, is that bad? Is a false fraud bad, or do they cancel each other out? Because it's like a double negative, right? A false fraud. That would make it a... It would just, you know, you see what I'm saying here? False fraud seems fine. I'm okay with false fraud.
That
as long as it's not real fraud.
The 818,000 jobs was a false fraud. It was a fraud. It should be investigated, by the way. But Biden knew about it, and Kamala knew about it, and they were going to release the real figures right after the election. But by putting 818,000 phony, fake, disgusting jobs.
Oh my God. I gotta think of something else. There's gotta be another word for this. Nope, can't think of it. Jobs.
Right
Disgusting jobs.
But by putting 818,000 phony, fake, disgusting jobs that don't exist, by putting them on the rolls, it made them look much better a short while ago. But they didn't quite make it to past Election Day. So that whistleblower or leaker, I want to, on behalf of the American public, thank you very much.
Wow.
These people are a fraud.
On behalf of everybody.
Just like nobody talks about it, but Kamala never had a job at McDonald's. Her resume talks about McDonald's. When I worked at the French fry counter.
Her resume talks about McDonald's. It also talks about, I think, a lot more, like being AG, California, the Senator of California, Vice President, having a law degree, stuff like that, you would think, are also on there. I've never actually seen Kamala's resume, her CV. I got to assume there's more than just McDonald's on there. There you have it, folks. Fake, false jobs numbers. False fraud committed on the American people. All right. Oh, yeah. There's this. Let's go to this. How about it? Actually, wait, is this properly... Forbes is proud to put this... Forbes is proud to put out any content, okay? Forbes... Are you kidding? Have you seen their YouTube channel? You're not subscribed to them like I am. Every single day, Forbes News puts out somewhere between 10 and 100 videos of varied quality. Incredibly varied quality. But the fact is they're getting the clips out, okay? That's why their name on this channel, their pet name on this channel is the Forbes Clip Factory. It's not really breaking news oftentimes, it's just clips. They're just getting them out as fast as they can. Journalistic integrity be damned. People just need to know things about stuff. They need to know it now. All right, let's go here. Where Donald Trump, well, he doubled down on his very insane, hateful, unhinged rhetoric with these comments.
Crooked Joe Biden became mentally impaired, sad. But Lion Kamala Harris, honestly, I believe she was born that way. There's something wrong with Kamala. And I just don't know what it is, but there is definitely something missing. And you know what? Everybody knows it. She should be impeached and prosecuted for...
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. So, Donald Trump coming at people for apparent mental impairment. I mean, not only is this insensitive, but it does seem to be sort of throwing stones in glass houses in a way, but this is wild for him to be going and claiming this about Kamala. I mean, sure, can we make the argument about Biden that he may be dealing with some stuff mentally right now? Yeah. If anybody in that, you know, him and Donald both need to get checked out by some serious what do you call it? Non-biased doctors. But Kamala? Really? She seems fine.
Knows it. She should be impeached and prosecuted for her actions. By the way, if she wins, it's not going to be so pleasant for me, but I don't care. I really don't care. We have a job to do. You can't let her win. You can't.
Wait, that's confusing. Wait, if she wins, he's not going to care? I thought those are going to be bad. We need Trump is the current chant. Yeah, they love the chants, don't they? They always have chants. Okay. All right, now let's see more of this. Actually, wait. Huh? Did I take it down? I think Forbes took this down. All right, fine. We'll go to this one. This is footage from Kamala Harris's visit to the Mexico-U.S. border.
So to have the ability for our agents to move laterally east to west and respond is incredibly important. And I think one of the other key things that really is incredibly necessary to talk about is the amount of rescues that we have. So every day, and the agency is often maligned, there's often some vilification. Agents are out there risking lives every day. Or somewhere hoping out of those helicopters to get 8,000 pounds to rescue someone who's broken the leg, that's run out of water. It's just exhausting.
Now, Donald Trump was incredibly upset to see Kamala here at the border. And, took to the stage to yell about her border record, if you will.
I don't think so. Oh, that's nice. Wonderful. Well, you got a lot of killers in our country. You saw that yesterday. Last night, after 4 straight years of obliterating our border.
Obliterating.
What's this show that she put on?
Always obliterating the border. Why doesn't Kamala care?
4 years of the most incompetent border anywhere in the world in history. Kamala Harris.
Can a border itself be incompetent? That's very confusing. He's personifying the border now. The border's been feeling very sad lately. I talked to the border recently and told me, I'm very sad. I've been so incompetent lately and Kamala has been decimating me all the time.
Most incompetent border anywhere in the world in history. Kamala Harris traveled to the scene. In fact, she stood near where I put up border wall. That was her backdrop. And in one of the most heinous crimes ever committed by any administration in American history, that's what she did by allowing these millions of people, millions and millions of people, to come through our border and make our civilization very unsafe.
Oh my God, you're right. Look at it. Donald Trump has dyed his hair pink.
What?
He's become a woke pink hair lady. Next he's gonna get cats. And say that women should make their own decisions about their bodies.
It's a civilization. Very, very unsafe. It's a heritage. Border Czar Harris went to the border to lie in the most shameless and horrible way possible at the very site where she released so much suffering, misery, and death. There's no greater act of disloyalty than to extinguish the sovereignty of your own nation right through your border.
Extinguished
no
it
matter what
right away.
Lies she tells, Kamala Harris can never be forgiven for her erasing our border, and she must never be allowed to be.
So she erased the border. Wait, let me just double check. A little skeptical. Nah, see? I was right. See, I was right. The border isn't erased. See, there's still a massive wall with a bunch of barbed wire on the other side. Does appear to be a border. Maybe I just don't under border science like Trump does.
It's science.
Convicted, they're in jails for life. Some are getting the death sentence. But instead of that, they've crossed our border. They've been taken out by their countries and set free into the United States of America. So they're free to kill again. Oh, they'll kill. These are killers. These are killers that at a level that nobody's ever seen. Not even your great law enforcement has ever seen people like this. They got a dose of it, though, recently. They got a...
This is a ridiculous and just nonsense fantasy. Like, is it just a sort of, what do you call it? It's like a fear-mongering fantasy. I don't know what you call that. I feel like there should be a word for it. Fever dream? You think Stephen Miller wrote this speech? That checks out. That checks out. Alright, that's enough. That's enough of this. I've had enough, I say. Alright, now here was Donald Trump attending a fun event. Trying to have fun. Trying to kick it with his pals, Kid Rock, Katie Britt, and Herschel Walker at an Alabama-Georgia football game. Oh, this is breaking news. Hold on. Sorry.
It's third down.
You're okay.
Phew. There he is. He's got Kid Walk. I mean, Kid Walk. Kid Rock whispering in his ear. Sweet nothings. Wait, is that oh my god. Why this dude's in Congress. Who is it? Wait. Not Roy Moore. Who the hell is that guy? I know this guy. I know this guy from somewhere. There he is, you can see, clearly see. Kid Rock, Herschel Walker hiding out here in the back, probably feeling ashamed after losing his senatorial his run as a potential Georgia senator, I believe. Was it Georgia? Something like that. Ah, it's Tommy Tuberville. Of course it's Tommy Tuberville. It's Judo Christianity in the flesh.
I see that you know your judo well.
Kid Walk is the Chinese copycat, but he's The stir-fried hillbilly. Did they do a field goal? That's really good. No, sir, sir, that's not a. That ain't no field goal. That was a first down. Oh, it's pretty great. Still, I'm having a really great time. People, what's on your phone? Is that Laura Loomer? Oh, she's my favorite. Oh, I love Laura. How old is Kid Rock now? Oh, wait. I forgot. They do an announcement.
Please direct your attention to the video boards. We are joined tonight by the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
What was that hand motion at the end? He couldn't see it. It was like he couldn't decide between fist pump or wave, and so he just did the fist wave. It was like the wave pump. Look at it. Shocked to hear USA chants at a Alabama-Georgia football game, of all places. Kid Rock is 53 years old. Wow, he's getting up there. Wait, was MTG up in the box? I did not see her in there. Hold on. Need to go back? Did I miss MTG's shining face? All I see is a woman who looks like Laura Loomer, but isn't Laura Loomer. A guy who looks like Patton Oswalt if he was a Trump supporter. Bunch of people with cameras, and a guy who appears to live in a cabin on a mountain. He talks like this. I reckon. All right, let's go to this here. It is Sunday Funday, so let's attempt fun with this podcast from the New York Times with an individual you might know by the name of John Oliver.
So you don't have to wear headphones. Personally, I just don't like the nerdy big cans on my head podcast look. So
It's just that superficial.
it is just that superficial. That is why we're not doing it. I am vain.
Hello, it is a pleasure to have you.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
You just walked through the halls of the New York Times. This is your first time here, right?
It is my first time in this building. Yes, I saw the red staircase, and that really is the main thing, isn't it? That you think of when you walk through this building. It's empty right now, though. We're here quite early.
We are
so
here
it's
quite
less
early.
bustling than you would want a cartoon newsroom to be.
I will take that under advisement. It usually is busy. We are busy here normally.
This is not an accusation of there's basically nothing happening here at the New York Times. Just as it happens, if you were looking for people throwing balled-up pieces of paper at each other and yelling about deadlines, that was not my experience.
Not your experience. Not yet.
No.
Not yet. We are in this very contentious political moment. And one of the things that I noticed was that you have said you've never wanted to cover a debate on your show.
Yes.
Is that still true, even though President Biden had this unbelievable debate in June that caused the race to upend itself, and the most recent debate with Kamala Harris and Trump, I mean, they've been pretty consequential.
Yes, I guess the Biden-Trump debate was pretty consequential because Biden isn't the nominee anymore, so it'd be hard to push back on that. I guess it's very hard to say how consequential it is in real time, isn't it? That's the problem. It can feel very consequential, but you just don't know. And so I don't know what we could add to the commentary on those debates that isn't widely available everywhere else. It feels like, to a certain extent, our show has moved into an area where we are very much slow cooking, and so there's not much there for us. Also, those debates tend to be pretty uninspiring to me. As a form of entertainment, you could definitely be entertained by what happened. But, you know, what they actually mean, I don't know yet.
Right.
And however much better it felt to watch it, it is pretty depressing that it's this close. That's, I guess, my aftertaste from it. That it's still this close when everyone can see what you can see in that debate. It's hard not to find that somewhere between depressing, infuriating, and outrageous.
Yeah. And I mean, fact is John Oliver chose to be an American. You know, he came all the way across the Atlantic Ocean and said, I want to do this thing with these people, and then, you know, sort of proved that was a questionable choice. I mean, you know, obviously his career's done great, but I think it's, understandable for him to be concerned. Anywhere in between all those words he was saying. I too have my concerns.
Last Week Tonight has been on the air for 10 years.
Yeah.
And that maps pretty neatly onto the Trump era.
You sounded like you were about to sigh then. It's been on for 10 years.
No, that's not what I was doing. Let me be clear. But when you look back, what are the biggest ways that you think the show has changed?
So when we first began, we were doing our main story in 1 week. Then it became clear that was a crazy thing to do. It was a terrible way to set it up because we would come up with the idea for a story, start writing 3 days later, researcher would come in, which would wipe away everything that we'd just written. So now you're trying to write the show in 2 days, and that's not a good idea. So now the answer to how our show's changed is that we write those main stories in 6 weeks. So we're writing 6 stories at one time. So that doesn't really relate to Trump's role in the last 10 years, but it's, in terms of the development of our show, that is the most critical part of it.
You know, it's funny, going back to the first season as a viewer, I found it to be remarkably similar. No,
Oh,
I
really?
mean, yeah, there's a consistency there. I mean it as a compliment.
Okay,
There's
I was literally wincing both
I saw you
inside and
wincing.
outside.
You did this face like, what is she going to say?
I don't do many interviews about myself, so I am kind of emotionally in a defensive position, and unfortunately, I think it's translating to my face.
Because I every time I say something, just your face looks like you're absolutely, you know, having a very, very difficult bowel movement. And so I'm sorry.
Okay. I just figure we would have some fun. We don't usually get to watch ever the Tonight, or the Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, because of the fact that, you know, HBO has a ironclad grip on the copyright for that stuff, and basically will do everything they can to keep us from using that content. Alright, now let's talk about a few health-related stories. go here first, where Kamala Harris discussed the fentanyl crisis during a recent Arizona campaign event. I need a drink. Be right back.
That is my goal. Securing our border also means addressing the flow of fentanyl into our communities. Fentanyl is a scourge on our country. The nature of it as a drug is such that it is highly addictive and it is highly lethal. So much so that using it one time only can be fatal. I have met far too many families, parents, loved ones who have lost a family member, a child, to fentanyl. And their grief is heartbreaking. And the devastation caused by fentanyl is being felt from rural communities to big cities. It's impacting communities across our country, regardless of where they are geographically, politically, or any other demographic you choose to talk about. It's a scourge in our country, and we have to take it seriously. And as president, I will make it a top priority to disrupt the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States.
So yeah, I mean, Kamala Harris later on goes to say that she's going to stop precursor chemicals coming in illegally from China, amidst some other things about the border, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Let's go on to here. This is an unfortunate story about health. CBS News from 2 days ago. Report finds U.S. health system ranks last, despite paying more.
What?
Many Americans spend thousands of dollars a year in health insurance premiums and copays, but a new report finds that all of that money does not necessarily result in better care. The U.S. ranks last for health system performance compared to 10 other high-income nations. And the report by the Commonwealth Fund ranked the countries based on access, outcomes, administrative efficiency, equity, and
Geez, all these socialist countries are doing better than us. These supposedly socialist countries. Obviously, they're not actually socialist countries. Although some policies of them are, depending on where you look, Netherlands, Sweden. But point is that we are so far down here in comparison to these. It's pathetic. It should be embarrassing to all of us.
Process. The U.S. ranked last or second to last in nearly every category. The only success was the American care process, and that ranks second because the U.S. health system reliably provides preventative care like flu shots and emphasizes patient safety. Well, the poor rating comes despite how much Americans actually spend on health care. The U.S. spent 17% of its GDP on health care in 2022, while, for example, Australia's #1 rated system cost only 10% of theirs.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Reginald Williams joins me now. He is the Vice President of International Health Policy and Practice Innovations at the Commonwealth Fund. That's the group that actually conducted this survey. It is great to have you with us. So given that last figure on how much the U.S. actually spends on health care, why are our ratings on these outcomes so low?
Well, thank you for having me today. The reason the U.S. performs low as it relates to its healthcare system relates to, one, health insurance access. Not everyone in the United States has health insurance. The #1, all of the organizations that are a part of our analysis, they have health insurance. Not everyone in the U.S. does. Second is actually getting access to.
Why only one comparison? I think, honestly, I'm okay with that one comparison, right? Because they took the best performing health system out of all of them and then compared their cost to ours, the worst performing, right? Like, you would think that, do you get what I'm saying here? If the best one has, because you really wouldn't need to know to some degree. I mean, it would be interesting to know, undoubtedly. But I think the point is made pretty clearly there.
Care. Having a primary care physician that you can go to instead of going to urgent care or the emergency room is vital. Other countries like Australia and New Zealand have opportunities for you to go to after-hours care, care on the weekends. They even still do home visits in those countries. So there are ways in which you can access the care much better. And then third, I'll say affordability.
So as you can see, Australia is number 1 here. Netherlands 2, UK 3, New Zealand 4, France, Sweden, Canada, Switzerland, Germany, rounding out the last. And then we're like multiple standard deviations below everybody else, looking like garbage.
States is the only country where you have individuals saying, I am not going to access care. I'm going to delay my access to care because I can't afford it. People are making decisions between food and prescriptions. And so we have an opportunity to do better if we make our healthcare system stronger and more affordable.
So that's particularly concerning because given that people come from other countries actually to the United States because in a lot of ways there are technological advances that are being had here in the American healthcare system. And in so many ways, it seems like the American healthcare system could be the envy of the world, but then there's all these ways in which our outcomes are failing Americans, especially when you're talking about people not making this choice between spending money on food or actually getting the healthcare that they.
Yeah, choosing between healthcare and food completely fucked. It shouldn't be a choice that anybody's having to make. All right. Now let's go here to Donald Trump cracking jokes about Jimmy Carter. A terrible person.
But she was the weakest. But she was the weakest person on the whole list. But she's got the fake news. They're all fake, and they're behind her. Nobody knows why. I'm sure they don't know why. They do it out of habit. They do it because there's no reason why anybody would be behind her. She's not qualified. She'll do a horrible job. She'll be the worst president. She'll be worse than Joe, which is hard to believe. The happiest president right now is Jimmy Carter because his administration was brilliant compared to the one we have right now. And it's a very nice thing. He's an old guy, but he's the happiest guy in the world because he was brilliant by comparison to these people. They are the...
Yeesh. I mean, honestly, Jimmy Carter had a good administration. So I don't know exactly what Donald Trump hates about the Carter administration exactly, but you know, the purple looks good. It does. You're right. He should keep it that way. I mean, you know, Jimmy Carter's almost 100 years old. I don't know why he's coming at Jimmy Carter. It seems unnecessary. Let the guy live out his old age in peace. I don't know if you're noticing. I'm trying to break up some of the Trump nonsense here with other things because it's Sunday Fun Day. I don't know if anybody's picked up on that yet, but I have been doing it. Let's go here. CBS News. Author Ta-Nehisi Coates talks his new book, The Message.
Author Ta-Nehisi Coates has gained worldwide acclaim for his cultural commentary on race, class, and division. His essays and books, from The Case for Reparations to Between the World and Me, have earned the National Book Award and the prestigious MacArthur Genius Grant. His latest release, The Message, revisits those themes while taking readers on his global journey, one that he was never able to make until now. We met up with him on another journey, a stroll down memory lane at his alma mater and mine.
I can never see a single book that I wrote the way a reader can, ever.
For Ta-Nehisi Coates, returning to Howard University,
I assume the nostalgia hits you.
Every time.
Brings with it a flood of memories.
It's intense because, see, I was here as a child.
His father worked at the historic Founders Library. He went to college here.
And then, to come back, as a professor, and then to watch the kids, because when you watch the students, what happens is like you see yourself in them.
And it's why the renowned writer, whose work has appeared in The Atlantic, The New York Times, and Time magazine,
Camille, nice to meet you. Pleasure.
Can't resist reconnecting.
So to come back here and be here with y'all is a pleasure.
When back on campus.
Literally, your books helped me get through Yale this summer. No lie. I was reading The Beautiful Struggle, and also we were 8 years in power. I'm sure.
His latest book, The Message, began as an assignment for the students he taught, framed through essays on his most recent travels, South Carolina, the Middle East, and Senegal.
Why those spaces?
Well, they each came out of different motivations. I had never been to Africa, so that was the first thing for Senegal. Africa never struck me as a vacation, and it wasn't. It was a pilgrimage. It turned out to be a grieving more than anything, and I think I subconsciously felt that weight.
It was the weight of the transatlantic slave trade, the aftermath of colonialism, but ultimately the recognition of the nation Senegal is today.
This book.
All right. Now that book is out now, I believe, for purchase. So if you want to hear more from... Is it Ta-Nehisi or Ta-Nehisi? I always forget. In my head it's Ta-Nehisi Coates. I'm just going to keep saying it that way. But she said Ta-Nehisi, and it threw me off. I was like, is that how you're supposed to say it? And I've been saying it wrong the whole time. But yeah, let's go on to this. Here's some incredibly amped up rhetoric. It's interesting. I could have sworn recently, people were saying, turn down the rhetoric or something like that.
Shortly, so. Right. And by the way, I want to thank, while he's here, Mike Kelly. You're the head of the commission, and nobody's going to fool him. There's not going to be any fooling around, right, Mike? But Mike Kelly is the head of the commission, and he's the perfect guy to have. And you've been doing I've been watching, it's been amazing what's happening, and very bipartisan. Even the Democrats are agreeing you can't let things like this happen. And, Joe Biden ought to get up and say, you're threatening a candidate, a former president and a candidate. And if you do anything to him, it's okay. Look, it's a very dangerous business. But Biden ought to say, you do anything to him, we're going to blow you off the face of the earth, and then we're not going to have any problems.
Okay. That seems like toned up rhetoric, not toned down rhetoric. Talking about blowing people off the face of the earth. I feel like we've had people recently telling us that we have to stop saying things like this. And that it's only making things worse for Donald Trump, a man who's only trying to run for president and avoid being assassinated all the time. And it's the left's fault for using all this very inflammatory rhetoric all the time. Alright, now let's talk about a different kind of rhetoric, that being misogyny. Here's, well, Majority Report to talk about. Fox News host, what's his name? Jesse Waters, thank
he's
you.
in Tucker Carlson's slot on Fox News, but he's been struggling to gain some traction here. So what do you do when the 8 p.m. hour isn't what it once was? When you had Tucker Carlson, his 4chan white nationalist staffers writing his scripts.
Because to be fair, Tucker did kind of pick the ball up decently from Bill O'Reilly.
He did. He kept that going. I'm not sure what the ratings are. I'd be curious. But in terms of what people are... No one's talking about Jesse Waters.
No.
No one cares.
No.
The frat boy thing, he just isn't passing the smell test. So what do you do?
What kind of guy identifies with Jesse Waters?
Well, guys who like to slash tires of women. Look it up. He has a weird relationship with women. Here he is talking about Kamala Harris incident.
You know, before we watch the rest of this, I figured we would do this. Emma said, look it up. And, well, I did.
When I was trying to get Emma to date me, first thing I did, let the air out of her tires. She couldn't go anywhere. She needed a lift. I said, hey, you need a lift? She hopped right in the car.
Does she know this story?
No, she doesn't know the story.
Does she watch the show?
She does.
Jesse Jr. does.
You're basically the Zodiac Killer. It has a happy ending.
Really?
Yes, we're married.
Did you really do that?
Is that the
It's a happy ending. We're married now.
Illegal.
Wow. Okay, pal. Let's do this one. Totally fucked. Oh, whoops. I paused it. How did I do that? Unpause
Jesse
yourself.
Waters, he's in Tucker Carlson's slot on Fox News, but he's been struggling to gain some traction here. So what do you do when the 8 p.m. hour isn't what it once was? When you had Tucker Carlson, his 4chan white nationalist staffers writing his scripts.
Because to be fair, Tucker did kind of pick the ball up decently from Bill O'Reilly.
He did. He kept that going. I'm not sure what the ratings are. I'd be curious. But in terms of what people are... No one's talking about Jesse Waters.
No.
No one cares.
No.
The frat boy thing, he just isn't passing the smell test. So what do you do?
What kind of guy identifies with Jesse Waters?
Well, guys who like to slash tires of women. Look it up. He has a weird relationship with women. Here he is talking about Kamala Harris, incidentally.
Someone whispers something to her ear, fine, do it. No thought at all. Harris is having a bad day, watch out. Kamala Harris is like a child. She hasn't put a single thought into anything and says whatever it takes to get a cookie. She doesn't share, she tattles, and on top of that, she's mean. And she's not allowed to sit at the grown-up table, no way, because she can't behave. She's coddled, spoiled, and she's sheltered from real...
Ben Shapiro argued for the entirety of Trump's administration that he was incapable of intentionality.
Yeah.
Like, just as a brain.
I mean, this is an MSNBC monologue if you replace the pronouns, but
yeah, right.
It would be accurate. This is just infantilizing for sexist ends.
Who's gonna believe that? Again, it's like calling Trump old when Biden was still in the race. Like,
right.
You can't make this argument.
This contrast is not going to work.
Seriously.
No way.
Glass houses.
Because she can't behave. She's coddled, spoiled, and she's sheltered from real life. She's like a child actress.
Oh.
Feed her the lines and cash the check.
Trump literally was a
Someone whispers something to her ear. Fine, do it.
That's it. So this is a thing that I find interesting in like the soft misogyny of this race. It's been less explicit. I feel like they've just had less time to ramp up, and because she's like going out there and being like, I'm a cop and I'm tough, she's doing a better job of, I think, trying to insulate herself from that, but you can't avoid it altogether because there's a lot of misogyny in this country as displayed there by Jesse Waters. But Joe...
Seriously. It's not shocking, I don't think, to anybody. Not Joe. I almost called him Joe Rogan. that Jesse is a creep, especially after this. Let's watch this again.
When I was trying to get Emma to date me, first thing I did, let the air out of her tires. She couldn't go anywhere. She needed a lift. I said, hey, you need a lift? She...
Come on!
You know what this reminded me of? This.
Michael went to help Sally with the car problems Job had created.
The hell?
Only to find out things had gotten out of hand for Job. Michael did look heroic as he went to put out the fire. Unfortunately, Sally arrived too late to see him that way.
God, what happened?
Car trouble?
If you don't know what happened there, if you haven't seen Arrested Development, basically, his brother, Job.
Come on!
That's who that sound shot is of. AKA Will Arnett. He apparently does exactly what Jesse Waters would do. He would slash a woman's tires, drain her gas tank, do a whole bunch of really creepy stuff, essentially, to get them to be in a position where they needed help. Then he would show up as the hero, in quotes, of course, and, you know, like, oh, you need help, you need a ride, or whatever, and basically did that to a girl that but that's just what it reminded me of. It's just like, it's so ridiculous it doesn't sound like real life. It sounds like a fictional story. Who does that? It's horrible to find that out on TV as his wife. Yeah, I'm sure she had a great day that day. I'm sure she was thrilled to find all of that. Just, you know, suddenly... You think she watches the show? Or do you think she just cashes the checks? I mean, I couldn't imagine having to watch that show every day.
Okay, here's a double dose of good news. If you're...
wait, hold. Please hold. Alright, yeah, let's talk, quickly talk, housing. Go to NBC Bay Area. First, according to them, Bay Area housing prices are falling. Oops, I clicked it. Clicked it bad. It's bad clicking. Be a better clicker.
Okay, here's a double dose of good news if you're hoping to buy a home in the Bay Area. Mortgage rates and housing prices are both falling, but they've got a ways to go to truly make it easier for a big chunk of people. Here's our business and tech reporter, Scott Budman.
The door might be opening a bit. Silicon Valley real estate agents like Lindsay Gridley watching Bay Area housing prices dip for the first time in 13 months admit it's not a buyer's market yet.
It would take a lot more homes to reach that level.
But even though this San Jose home had 60 open house visitors last weekend, prices here are down about 2% since last year.
We have more homes on the market, more choices available to the buyers, so maybe a little bit less.
So yeah, there's your housing update. It would appear that at least in the Bay Area, although we have talked about these things happening slowly in other places, where housing prices are finally coming down, somewhat, even though they are still at an incredibly elevated levels, say even pre-pandemic. Alright, now let's go here. This is a disturbing development in, what is this, Florida? No. Philly? No, sorry, Oregon. Jesus Christ. Third time's a charm. Oregon, where apparently they have seen a massive uptick in eviction filings at, no, not regular apartments, but at affordable housing units.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
How about this? Overdue rent and evictions piling up all across Oregon as pandemic-era protections have now been lifted.
And so with this, what we're seeing now is that there's new research from Portland State University which finds low-income renters are facing higher rates of evictions despite living in subsidized housing. And
Makes no sense.
To know why that is the case. What solutions are there out now? Joelle Jones, she is live now, and I know you've had the chance to dig into this report to tell us what you're finding out. Joelle?
Yeah, that's right, Liz. Some pretty alarming findings as they show just in the first half of this year, affordable housing landlords filed 1,200 eviction cases, which means we're not only on track to outpace the 1,800 total cases last year, but also researchers say 1 in every 10 evictions is a person living in low-income subsidized housing.
If low-income tenant households can't afford to live in subsidized housing, if that's what people are being evicted for, what does affordable even mean?
Tenant advocates reacting to a new report from Portland State.
That's a great question. What does it mean? If you are too poor to live in affordable housing, what does that mean? Basically the state saying, sorry, but you need to be homeless because you don't make enough money.
What does affordable even mean?
Tenant advocates reacting to a new report from Portland State University's Evicted in Oregon research team. It found over 5,400 eviction cases were filed in state subsidized housing from 2019 to 2023, rates exacerbated by COVID-era protections expiring. And while that number is lower than the total filings in unsubsidized housing, research shows subsidized tenants were more likely to receive an eviction judgment.
If we're told that 30% of your income going to rent is what is sustainable, people were making choices between medicine and rent, between food and rent.
Difficult choices Jency Albright with the Community Alliance of Tenants says she sees families face today. Oregon can't help secure a 10% cap on rent increases signed into law last year.
Yeah, that's a great point. Because it's illegal to be homeless now, according to the Supreme Court. So you can be too poor, you can be making too little money to be in affordable housing, but you can't be homeless because it's illegal, which means I guess you just go straight to jail? I don't know. What's the other option?
Illegal. She says they are now fighting to close the gaps as some of the most vulnerable aren't eligible.
Subsidized housing gets an exemption, as well as new construction gets an exemption up to 15 years.
The PSU research shows non-payment of rent was the most cited reason for eviction cases across the board last year. It also found a major disparity in legal representation for landlords and tenants in eviction cases. Albright says rent assistance won't solve the housing crisis, but it's a start.
Rent assistance, tenant education, and legal counsel. I mean, if 6% of tenants have legal counsel right now in eviction court in Oregon, that's a red flag.
And Oregon.
It certainly is a red flag, isn't it? Slavery? Yeah. Well, I mean, prison is basically legalized slavery. In many cases, they are used to do labor for incredibly low rates because prisoners are essentially willing to do anything to get a little bit of money in their commissary accounts. We've talked about this in the past. And in fact, some prison labor is in society, working at places like Wendy's and McDonald's and wherever it is that you may be going into on a daily basis, honestly. Alright, now, one thing I keep forgetting to do, and I'm going to try and do more often, is talk about Mexico, as they are still technically in North America, but we only talk about America and Canada as if somehow Mexico is excluded from that, and that's not fair. How rude. So let's go here. Associated Press from a day ago. Mexico's populist president held morning briefings for 6 years. Now, he's leaving.
Bueno, pues vamos a informar, publicar estos acuerdos.
There is an agenda-setting effect. I think that is why the morning briefings were a very effective political strategy. And we started to see it in his administration at the national level was that the media started covering the morning briefings, to the point that everything we talked about revolved around them. In Andrés Manuel López Obrador's rhetoric, the morning briefings are meant to speak directly to the people. But I think this actually suppresses a lot of voices. Well, they've got a lady, they got a woman president now, in Mexico. What's her name now? Ferdinand? Who's the new? Hold on. Claudia Sheinbaum. Why did I think it was Ferdinand? Okay, so did Mexico? What else do we have to do? Actually, this is what we have to do. We have to take a quick break and do some quick capitalist messaging. That's right, this here channel doesn't run on Stardust. We need money to keep this thing going. Bills paid. Galactic Space Station fueled up. So if you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. And while doing all that, do consider becoming a Galactic patron on Patreon. For just a few US dollars a month, you can gain access to a whole cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like being able to hang out here at the pool with me. All these people you see, they're patrons. You can be one too. Just $3 US a month. Not only can you do that, you also get shout-outs every stream, galactic content, secret Discord channel, and much, much more. There are also other ways to help the Galactic News Network. You could go on Twitch and subscribe and donate bits. These are ways you can do it, but Twitch is the worst of all of them. Patreon, I get like 90% cut. Twitch, I get like a 50% cut. Unfortunately, still not monetized on YouTube, so can't get paid here yet. If we get to 500, hopefully we'll be able to do it then. PayPal, Cash App also set up now too. So do consider those. Alright. Space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and StreamLord will be right back. Wait, why am I selecting the wrong thing? means it's time to get back to your seats, Satan. Extra stuck together. Time to get back to your seats, space fans, as the second half of the show is about to begin. Let's start here at Markey. In the Senate? Markey's a senator, right? Yes. In the Senate, talking about AI. Hold on, we need full volume, please. There we go.
Thank you, Senator Budd. Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much for having this very important hearing. We've heard extensive discussion today about the importance of educating and training the workforce for the increasing use of AI, but we must also prepare the workforce by protecting workers from the potential harmful and discriminatory impact of workplace AI tools. Over the past decade, companies have increasingly integrated AI into their hiring, their firing, their worker management. And time again, we have seen how the biased and discriminatory algorithms powered by AI are used to hire, to assess, and to set working conditions that can hurt the workers. Here are some of the examples. Algorithms that match candidates with job opportunities that refer more to men than women for open roles. Generative AI chatbots that systematically weed out resumes from black men, from the LGBTQ community. An AI that surveils call center workers and grades their performance that are more likely to sanction black women for the tone of their voice.
Illegal.
AI, the sinister side of AI. And that's unacceptable. To each of the witnesses from left to right, yes or no? You agree that algorithms used to hire and make employment decisions should be free from bias and discrimination? Dr. Kimbrough, all the way down.
Yes, at LinkedIn, we're committed to upholding the principles of responsible AI. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And that's why yesterday I introduced my AI Civil Rights Act of 2024. Comprehensive legislation that would prevent discriminatory algorithms from being used in critical decisions, including employment, because we cannot prepare our workforce without protecting our workers simultaneously. This technology is Dickensian. It's the best of technologies and the worst simultaneously. It can enable, it can ennoble, it can degrade, it can debase. It can do it all. And we want the best, but we also build in safeguards to protect workers, from being discriminated against. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the National Nurses United, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
And as the letter states, the development of clinical algorithms, quote, involves significant use of judgment by their creators and creates the opportunity for creator bias from conflicts of interest, limited perspectives on the lives of racial minorities, or implicit racial bias to be introduced into the algorithm. And that's why my AI Civil Rights Act would require companies to test these algorithms for discriminatory impact before their use, preventing biased AI from being incorporated into resume screening, job recommendations, worker performance, and even healthcare decisions. Make no mistake, we can have an AI revolution while also protecting the civil rights.
Yeah, because the fact is AI just allows people to do things faster, right? Essentially. faster than they could on their own. So, especially in those fields that he just mentioned, things like that, worker rights, civil rights, all these other sorts of things, like he was saying, health insurance and stuff like that. Like, that just allows them, like the insurance companies and employers and whatever else, to do the fucked up stuff that they're already doing just much faster. And that's not what we need AI for. We need it to solve cancer and global warming, right? We don't need it to destroy our society from the inside out.
The liberties of everyday Americans, we can support innovation, supercharging bias and discrimination in our society, and we can prepare workers while safeguarding their rights. And I might also add, while talking about the fact that a chat GPT search consumes 10 times more electricity than a Google search. Yeah, we're going to need more electricity in our society. But the industry is going to have to build in more efficiency into their AI technologies. They're promising to find the cure for cancer. Well, let's figure out how to make the industry more efficient.
Seems like a reasonable idea. And the fact is, the already existing problems with the electricity grid are just further exacerbated by what we're talking about here with AI, and the need for massive servers to be able to do what it does. And it is it's a huge problem that we have to deal with, because not only is it causing prices to go up on electricity, but just energy in general, because it's not like they only buy clean energy. They'll buy any energy that will, serve their needs. And it's currently, if your electricity grid is partly or entirely fueled by, say, coal or methane, right? Those all those AI servers are running on whatever that is, whatever is being used by the grid. Now, some have, like Sam Altman, have talked about making their own grids for themselves, making, mini nuclear reactors, stuff like that. All right, let's go here. Talk about plants and animals.
Welcome to Climate Watch. I'm Ben Tracy. As of the end of 2023, the Earth has warmed by 2 degrees Fahrenheit from pre-industrial times. That's when global temperature record-keeping began. A hotter planet means more severe weather, deadly heat waves, and warmer oceans, all of which are endangering plants, animals, and insects at an alarming rate. There are more than 1,300 endangered plant and animal species in the United States alone, including the red wolf, native to the southeast, and the Arizona hedgehog cactus. 21 species went extinct in 2023 alone. So we're going to hear from experts about what this means for us humans and some potential solutions to this crisis. We'll travel to a Caribbean forest where a tree with medicinal properties is under threat and can only be studied and used in modern medicine if there is a healthy, abundant population. And we meet a wildlife photographer trying to raise awareness about the critically low population of Florida panthers. But first, what bugs can tell us about the state of our planet? Insects make up 2/3 of the world's 1.5 million animal species, but
I gotta say, and this might sound crass or insensitive, but after this last week, last few days, I feel like there might be a few less Florida panthers.
% of insect species are in decline, including the honeybee and the dung beetle. Honeybees experienced mass colony collapse 15 years ago, due in part to pesticides and climate change. And dung beetles are having trouble digging deep enough into the ground to shield their offspring from extreme heat. Adam Yamaguchi met scientists determined to save these creatures.
We run our honeybee business out of our home.
Florida beekeeper Alicia Bixler has made it her life's calling to protect honeybees.
We rely on them for so much pollination. Apples, almonds, blueberries, pumpkins, avocados, macadamia nuts.
Bixler is one of over 100,000 beekeepers in America today who are, in part, responsible for bringing back the number of honeybees from mass colony collapse over 15 years ago. But habitat loss, the use of pesticides, and climate change are threatening other insects of all shapes and sizes.
So this is the female,
including the not-so-glamorous dung beetle.
This is called the rainbow scarab, and you can see that they do look like a puppy dog with their little antennae out.
Oh my God.
And
yeah, it just pooped on me.
Yeah, it did. Means it likes you.
Entomologist Kimberly Sheldon and her team from the University of Tennessee are studying what happens to dung beetles in a warming climate.
Are you concerned about the beetles and what the future holds?
I am concerned about beetles.
Sheldon collects dung beetles into a greenhouse to better understand how they might fare in the future.
However, in the greenhouse, the soil temperatures in that bucket are warmer and more variable, so it's actually realistically simulating what's happening with climate change.
But now, Sheldon says smaller dung beetles are having trouble digging deep enough to protect their offspring from the warming climate and extreme temperature swings. A troubling sign for the insects that aerate and provide nutrients in soil, a critical service for agriculture and vegetation.
Yeah, you know, bugs might seem insignificant, but many bug species are in fact critical to our way of life, even if we don't notice them ever. Bees are an easy one, right? But then, you know, you don't think about the downstream effect of dung beetle populations on a daily basis, I assume. Maybe you do. But I certainly don't. All right. Now, let's go here. CBS Evening News from a day ago. Bear sightings unnerve California communities.
It's fall, which means bears are getting ready to hibernate by fattening up. And they're increasingly raiding people's homes in search of snacks. Tonight, CBS's Elise Preston shows us how the bear sightings are unnerving some communities in California.
Hey, he's right there. He's right there.
There's no boundaries here. This bear barreled its way through a Southern California home, rummaged through the fridge, and left a big mess.
They're getting more brazen. They really are.
But it's not just California. Brushes with bears are drawing shock and awe all over the internet. This bear charged out of a man's garage while he was putting groceries away. The encounter in Coquitlam, British Columbia, went viral this week.
They know how to get into homes, and if we make it easy for them, they're going to take advantage of that.
Human encroachment is to blame for bears' shrinking natural habitat. But this time of year, experts warn bears are prepping for hibernation.
Oh my God.
They're going through
Look at that guy. Holy shit. That is a big bear.
Shrinking natural habitat. But this time of year, experts warn bears are prepping for hibernation.
Holy shit. Look at this guy. Oh my God, he must be 500 pounds. That is a huge bear.
They're going through garbage cans. They'd like to go through dumpsters. They're attracted to, of all things, bird feed on the ground. They might be attracted to fallen fruit.
Hey,
what happens if the bear makes
That's
it
a mighty
to your
fine
yard?
looking picnic basket right there.
Get out. At the same time, we encourage people to be big and to be loud. Certainly never turn and run.
But before it even gets to that, experts say you can avoid face-offs just by locking your door and securing your trash. Elise Preston, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Okay. All right, enough bears. Let's go to birds. Let's go on to birds. See what birds are doing. Seems like birds have learned how to use phones recently.
Hello, please leave a message after the tone.
Toby, this is Gam. I did not mean to call you. I don't know how I do these things, and I beg your pardon. I don't need anything. I just hope you all are doing good. I love you, but you don't have to call me back. It was a mistake. Bye-bye.
It was very polite. That was a little channel called Chirp Mail. We've visited on the semi-regular around here. I would say once every couple months. We hit up a different Chirp Mail. It doesn't make a ton of them. Alright, let's go to this Channel 4 news from a couple of days ago. Tuvalu. The fight to save a sinking nation from climate change.
I come from a very beautiful country. It's paradise. Absolute paradise, and that's Tuvalu. But due to climate change, my paradise will be lost forever.
The seas are rising because of a polluted way of life many miles from here. For the last 2 years, I have been traveling the world trying to get those in power to listen. Otherwise, my entire nation and culture has no future. So here I am, back on the road, this time, hoping for some action, not just words.
I was like this in the cab, and then I just looked up and I was like, whoa.
I am in New York for Climate Week, and it couldn't feel further from home.
Now, if you're not aware, Tuvalu is a tiny island nation in Oceania, near Australia, or New Zealand. It's somewhere in between the two, I think. I don't know the exact location of it. I just know it's somewhere in southeast, like Pacific area. And it's very low, too, or nearly sea level. And I think we've talked about it before, but basically, like she was saying, the entire country is at risk of just being swallowed by the ocean.
It's so loud. There's so much going on. Oh my goodness. No, it's fine. You can go ahead. Thank you. So this is why they don't see that. They don't understand what we're going through. It's because they live so different and so comfortably, and everything is around you. Everything is so convenient, and that's why they don't care.
But this city will have to think about what's happening to me and my people. Because for the very first time, sea level rise is being discussed at this week's UN General Assembly. For the 3rd year in a row, my government is part of a pioneering project. The Rising Nations Initiative is fighting for our islands to remain inhabitable, but at the same time, negotiating to ensure we have a sovereign future wherever the waves may wash us.
We need to prepare for climate mobilities. For the sake of our people, let us forge a path for global solidarity and regional cooperation to strengthen resilience and to ensure a sustainable future for generations to come.
Okay. You heard New Zealand is a wonderful place to live. And I think there are some good things about New Zealand. Certainly. I think it's all relative, isn't it? Alright, let's go here to CBS News from a day ago. Actually, how are we doing on time? We're doing okay. Although Hurricane Helene is really gonna fuck us.
Phrasing.
Welcome to Eye on America. I'm Michelle Miller. Today we visit farms across the nation's heartland to see how workers are responding to a variety of challenges. In Illinois, we check in on an experiment to combat planet-warming carbon emissions affecting crops. And in California, we go inside a rescue facility that's helping all living creatures heal. But we begin in New Jersey, where an organization is tackling one of agriculture's biggest issues, an aging workforce. The average age of a U.S. farmer is now 58, and more than a third of them are 65 or older. Meg Oliver takes a look at a program that's cultivating the next generation of American farmers.
On an acre of land in Cream Ridge, New Jersey, Christina Couch is a one-woman force.
We've actually seen this one, so I'm going to skip ahead to the next.
Leftover food and donating it to people in need. It dates back centuries, but has seen a resurgence in recent years.
There's just so much need for nourishing food in the hunger relief system.
Martha Elder leads the way every Monday during harvest season, overseeing volunteers from the nonprofit Second Chance Foods. They pick,
Yeah, I'll have another load coming.
sort,
Are you going that way?
I'm going that way.
and wash
Gets all rinsed.
hundreds of pounds of produce to serve more than 300 families in the area.
On an emotional level, knowing that you're helping feed so many people, what's that like?
Yeah, I sit down to dinner at night with my family, and I appreciate knowing that other people are eating because of the efforts of our organization.
Nationwide, almost a quarter of Americans struggle with food insecurity, yet 1/3 of the food supply is wasted each year. That's more than 130 billion pounds thrown away in grocery stores, restaurants, homes, and even farms.
Everything we send out of our kitchen, we would want to feel proud serving in our own homes to our own guests.
That happens here.
You were at the farm yesterday. Now we're in the kitchen.
Yep.
You're making these meals. How quickly will they go out?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes. So it went from the farm to somebody's table within 2 days.
Kitchen volunteers combine collected crops with grocery donations and spend hours chopping and cooking
1 second.
to create more than 1,300 healthy dishes.
So these are people struggling to put enough food on their tables.
One of those neighbors is 96-year-old Bob Buttaglione.
Jesus, there's all kinds of different foods.
The World War II veteran lives on a fixed income and relies on Second Chance Foods meals distributed from his church.
So what would you do if you didn't have this meal coming once a week?
Oh, what would I do? I don't really know. I don't know what I did before I got the food.
What does that weekly meal mean to you?
Oh, it means everything.
Okay. A lot of Lord of the Rings talk in chat. Is it because I said the word New Zealand one time? Jesus. Anyway, yeah. A lot of food is thrown away, and we should stop worrying so much about, I don't know, the capitalist outcomes and maybe the human outcomes more. Now, let's go to a serious situation happening. Apparently there is a hostage crisis happening in the, I believe this is the Southwest.
Glenda has been keeping me in a hostage situation since 2020. This is Glenda. She's a squirrel, obviously. I am her prisoner. Glenda, I'm just trying to leave my apartment.
Maybe not
If
the
I
Southwest.
accidentally leave the door open, she has no problem coming inside. Hi, Glenda. I don't think Glenda wants to be my roommate. I believe that if I let her live here, I'll come home to changed locks and an eviction notice scribbled by her tiny little creepy hand.
Notice. Leave. What is internet password?
This is the day we met 4 years ago. I was just going in for my morning coffee and she just popped up in the kitchen. Oh, okay. I guess I should start wearing pants. She figured out the lay of the land pretty quickly and now knows every window in my apartment.
I feel like the squirrel will be fine with it either way.
For a while, I thought maybe I'm her TV, but if that's the case, she has definitely lost the remote. It's a serious problem because I can't even leave the house anymore. Glenda, you're being a weirdo. I decided I have to do something about it. I had to cat sit for my friends once, and I thought maybe this will be a great opportunity for Glenda to just back off and chill out. But she just seduced them, and they became best friends. The cats did not scare her. When I'm about to leave the apartment, she knows I'm easily manipulated and weak, so she takes full advantage of that. I tried to negotiate with Nuts. Look at her, freaking out. It's a nut emergency.
Ooh, boy, that sounds bad.
It usually gives me enough time for a quick escape, but then she completely destroys my plans trying to hide this treasure. There's never enough nuts. Never enough nuts.
Phrasing?
Sometimes I go dig them up. You know, nuts are expensive, and she seems to think I'm Jeff Bezos.
The Jeff
So
Bezos
I
of
regift
nuts.
them, hoping that she doesn't realize. But she just repots them. Thrifted almonds is
Wow.
not her jam. So as you can tell, the negotiations are going terribly. You might think, hey, this is cute. It's just Glenda. But no, Glenda brings all her boyfriends to the yard. There's
Wow,
been
all
Glenn
of her
1,
boyfriends?
Glenn 2,
To the yard?
2, Glenn 3. They bring their own nuts, if you know what I mean.
Oh my god.
It's a mini Glenda. In the spring, she brings her babies around, and they learn very quickly that I'm a total sucker. This is good. But, like, seriously, how can you resist this? You probably can tell by now, but I have fully given in. Since she's a very hardworking mother, I figured I'll get her her own apartment. She's done a few walkthroughs. I'm just waiting for her to sign the lease. So yeah, Glenda can be an absolute menace. But it's okay. I love her.
Okay, well, seems like she might have Stockholm Syndrome. But, you know what? Perhaps it's a love story for the ages. How am I to judge? Jesse Waters, you know, did some very creepy stuff to his wife. I'm sure they have a beautiful relationship as well. Either way, I would like to know what that squirrel is putting in her milkshakes. Which are clearly bringing all the squirrels to the yard. Alright, now let's talk about Hurricane Helene and the sort of aftermath of all of this. As it would appear that there has been billions of dollars of damage done in this one storm. It's pretty wild. The video, as you'll see here.
Helene has left a long path of death and destruction in the U.S. after making landfall on Thursday as a Category 4 hurricane. Dozens of people were killed in 5 states, and the storm is still bringing dangerous flooding to several areas.
Drone video showed some of the destruction left behind in Florida's Big Bend region after Hurricane Helene. Helene blew ashore in Florida's Big Bend region as a Category 4 hurricane late Thursday, packing winds of 225 kilometers per hour. Jesus Christ. Among the at least 52 people killed in the storm were 3 firefighters, a woman, and her 1-month-old twins. After moving to Florida, Helene also caused destruction in Georgia, the Carolinas, and Tennessee. This is wild. The amount of damage. The storm, now a post-tropical cyclone, was expected to hover over the Tennessee Valley on Saturday and Sunday. Jesus. Alright, we have a bunch of these videos to go, like a ton of these videos to go through. The amount of destruction with this storm is just
there's no cell service
incredible.
here. There's no
this is North Carolina.
Electricity. We're going to be out of electricity. The men came out to our neighborhood. They said we're not going to have electricity for another 2 to 3 days. So we're still in the recuperating period. This is going to be a major cleanup. This is taking out all of Biltmore Village.
Oh, that's wild.
High-end stores, restaurants.
Wait, we saw this same shot earlier, and this car was over here. And the person said that it had moved from further back than it was here, like by like multiple blocks. Basically, this white SUV was just turned into a boat for quite a while.
Taking out all of Biltmore Village, high-end stores, restaurants. People are going to be. We're going to be cleaning up a long time.
All right, let's keep moving through these.
We begin with what's being described as biblical devastation caused by Hurricane Helene. It's a disaster across the southeast for tens of millions. Tonight, this dam straining under floodwaters in North Carolina. The monster storm is now being blamed for at least 57 deaths across 5 states. We have 2 reports tonight, beginning with CBS's Jason Allen in Keaton Beach, Florida. Jason, good evening.
Good evening, Nancy. You know, these pilings back here, these held up a single-story house here more than 70 years. When you have damage this catastrophic, search crews have been combing this area throughout the day. But the governor said today there have been no deaths here.
Hurricane Helene delivering the knockout punch to Keaton Beach.
Wow.
Still recovering from 2 brutal hurricanes over the past 13 months.
What do we do now? What do we keep? Do we continue to do this?
Spy Abajeris returned to find the lower level of his home ripped away by wind and water. Taylor County officials estimate 90% of homes in Keaton Beach are gone.
This was where our home was.
Helene broke storm surge records when it made landfall in the Big Bend region Thursday night.
90% of homes gone? That is insane.
Our home was.
Helene broke storm surge records when it made landfall in the Big Bend region Thursday night. Statewide, crews have conducted thousands of rescue missions. Further south in Cedar Key, officials say it's not safe for residents or rescue workers. Access to the barrier islands west of Tampa just opened to residents late today. Officials say communities there have no power, no water, and catastrophic flood damage. The remnants of the storm are now spinning north.
I'm Dave Malkoff in Atlanta, where you can see waterlogged trees have crushed homes here. The entire region is covered in damage like this, and it's been a very deadly storm. In Tennessee, the flooding was so bad that 2 dams were at risk of failing. The city of Newport was evacuated, but both dams ultimately held.
Rescues have been made, attempts have been made. Some people are stranded on the roofs of their homes and places like that.
Yesterday, this hospital needed the help of the state police and National Guard to lift more than 50 people off of the roof.
Whoever built those dams should get an award. We've seen a bunch of dams fail this year. And for those two to have withstood the amount of water we saw going over them, truly impressive. When you think about
North Carolina, the intense flooding caused by Helene was strong enough to wash away cars. First responders helping rescue more than 100 people.
Good points in the
Today, Georgia's governor toured the hard-hit city of Valdosta.
What it looks like from the air, I mean, it looks like a tornado went off. It looks like a bomb went off.
I was like all around the water, like it was like an island.
In Atlanta, Serena Rodriguez was asleep in this bed when she started floating. It was not a dream.
Oh yeah, a nightmare mostly. Yeah, it was insane. Like I couldn't believe it. I was in shock all the time. I was like, I never experienced anything like it.
Wow, and the water isn't just going over beds and over roadways, but also underneath them, eating away at the soil and opening up sinkholes like this one here. And
Can you imagine just suddenly, while sleeping, waking up to being just floating in the water? I mean, it'd be better than not waking up at all, but Jesus Christ, that would be a disturbing wake-up call. I prefer the old car horn sound. I feel that one's pretty effective at waking me up. And less disturbing.
First, we are continuing to track the severe damage left behind by Helene. Millions of people are picking up the pieces after Helene slammed through multiple states in the southeast. Just take a look at this video on your screen. This is Keaton Beach, which is in the Big Bend region, and you can see several homes there destroyed and pummeled to just rubble. And north of there, in North Carolina, people's lives turned upside down with the extreme flooding brought on by the storm. You can show or see in this video just the communities buried under water and mud thanks to Helene. We thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Chelsea Jones. So far, at least 57 people have died across 5 states, 11 of them being from here in Florida. We have CBS News Miami's Christian Benavidez live in the newsroom for us with the latest on the storm's cost. Christian.
Chelsea, and the majority of those deaths, I should mention, happening in the Carolinas, where this storm truly has been of historic proportions.
Helene left behind a path of destruction after making landfall in Florida and making its way through the southeast. In Tennessee, National Guard's helicopter.
We're going to keep this moving. We already saw a lot of the footage they used in that one.
Hurricane Helene is majorly impacting the southeast tonight. You're looking at East Tennessee, Cocke County, right on the North Carolina border. Leaders there had to close the interstate because the flooding is so heavy. A mudslide washed away part of the road. They're also worried about the failure of the Nolichucky Dam, and they're working to evacuate people in the region.
And in Asheville, North Carolina, that town is basically cut off from the rest of the state right now. Most of the city is totally submerged in water. You can see a Jeep trying to make its way through the flooding there. Not good at all. The water levels in some spots are as high as street signs. Tree branches, logs, dumpsters floating absolutely everywhere. An old church in the town's historic village has a lot of damage, and the pastor says it's not safe.
Yes, it's historic. Yes, it's beautiful. Yes, it's got an incredible past. There is nothing more important than the lives of the people who make up the church. So no one should come down and risk life and limb for things that we can replace.
I want to take you to Asheville now. NBC's George Solis gives us a closer look.
Yeah, these are some of the dramatic images we're seeing here in the Asheville area after Tropical Storm Helene wreaked havoc in this region. Keep in mind, there was a lot of rainfall here from another system that really just made matters so much worse. Behind me here, neighborhoods and businesses completely underwater. We've seen this in several neighborhoods here where people tell us this was worse than that flood of 100 years ago. That's right. That's the last time this region got hit with a flood this bad, 1916. Now, while there were other storms in this region that added some flooding here, they say it was nothing compared to this. A lot of people saying here, even though the city did give out fair warning, nothing could have prepared them for the level of devastation they are seeing here. A little context to all of this. Right now, there is limited cell phone service, if at all, and almost no Wi-Fi. For context, again, here, our crew has been unable to get any cell phone service. We have relied on a single hotel in the downtown area to get any kind of messaging out up until this morning. That's how the situation is here. So even alerts going out by the city aren't going to most of its residents. We are expecting some updates here as far as when running water will be returned to most people here. But right now, that is another big issue. So a lot of people are running out of bottled water. Gas is also an issue in this region. Again, this is a catastrophic flood by every stretch that you can imagine, which is why the governor declared a state of emergency, which is why there are other states of emergency declared through the regions here that have been impacted. Again, just
these pictures are insane. It's just, it feels like we're looking at entire towns, entire counties just underwater. Oh, God, it is disturbing. We need Kevin Costner.
Taking a look at this flooding, it is dramatic. A little bit ago, there was actually a person kayaking through this water here. We actually spoke to a gas station owner where we were here day one before the storm arrived. That is now completely underwater. Again, it's going to take a while to really assess the full devastation here, but from what we're seeing, the damage is just remarkable. And to add insult to injury, it looks like there is more potential rain in the forecast here. The people here just don't know how much more they can take. Back to you.
And people in the South Georgia town of Valdosta, they have a lot of damage to clean up after they were also hit by the hurricane. You're looking at a century-old building in the city's downtown. They had 50 antique vendors inside. Strong winds tore the brick facade off the side of one of the buildings. The storm brought down trees on cars, on houses. Thousands of people in that city do not have power tonight.
Kind of freaked out right now, but I was on the phone with somebody standing in my carport and next to my car, and heard the tree fall.
It wasn't bad till around, it seemed like 12 o'clock, and we started hearing these really loud noises, like trees falling. And so I got in the closet, the walk-in closet, and it's a good thing I did because a tree fell in the house over our bed.
Damage stretches across several states. Moving down to Florida, Keaton Beach on Florida's east coast is one of the hardest hit communities. Hurricane Helene was a Category 4 storm when it entered that region, swept up large boats, threw them inland, ripped off roofs and doors and dock.
It's so much damage to take in. It's hard to even interrupt and say anything. I'm just like sort of floored.
The devastation in some communities in Florida's northeast corner was almost complete.
So as you look around here, you see some homes that are now just rubble. This stuff's coming in, it's fierce, and it just is unstoppable.
In its wake, Helene left a chaotic landscape of overturned boats, destroyed homes, and whole communities underwater.
We're very fortunate. We're very fortunate that we're alive.
Through the day, authorities provided updates on those who perished, killed by falling trees, falling debris, and flash floods. At least 3 first responders have died, officials said.
We have active search and rescue out there going through every single structure, making sure if there's anybody in there that still could be rescued.
Authorities are also struggling to find long-term shelter for those whose homes have been destroyed and damaged. Meanwhile, every power crew in the region began the difficult work to restore electricity to the more than 3.3 million people in Florida, the Carolinas, Ohio, and Tennessee who woke up Saturday morning in the dark. And crews from as far away as San Francisco were on their way to help. The big...
All right. You have relatives in Asheville? Yeah, I feel like everybody here, I mean, must know at least like one person who lives in one of these places.
Members of the department's urban search and rescue squads helped out local and state agencies make sure that they had the resources they needed.
It's like the entire East Coast getting hit.
The 84-member team has been helping the cleanup efforts and assisting in search and rescue operations.
Helene left a trail of damaged homes in Florida overnight, costing billions in potential losses to private.
Hilarious is the wrong word. Just utterly absurd. Here's CBS News, here to tell us about how South Florida homeowners insurance rates are likely to rise after all of this. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that, CBS News.
Helene left a trail of damaged homes in Florida overnight, costing billions in potential losses to private insurers. Joe Gordshow explores how South Florida homeowners remain in the path of high homeowners insurance rates no matter where a catastrophic storm hits.
Every time you come to the hurricane season, you don't know what is going to happen.
Pat lives in Hollywood and has for 15 years.
This will secure. I pull both sides.
She installed shutters to protect her home when she first moved in.
It's my security to know that, you know, you're safe inside.
She can quickly put shutters up around the home in a severe storm. Pat tells us, though, she did not escape rising rates despite some premium deductions for those home safety improvements.
Of course I do feel it. I'm just an ordinary person working. I'm the lower end of the middle class.
Soaring premiums have put the squeeze on homeowners like Pat. The Insurance Information Institute saw a 37% jump across the state from 2021 to 2023. And Insurify data shows Floridians pay the most nationally, with some Miami-Dade and Broward residents paying over $11,000 annually. Many Floridians held their breath, with Hurricane Helene leaving behind billions of dollars in damages.
Be more of a flood kind of issue. That's going to be a kind of a savior for a lot of the local companies.
Oscar.
And, you know, if you've been here with us long enough to have seen our previous coverage, we've been talking about how insurance rates are just skyrocketing due to insurance companies getting concerned over climate change. And stuff like this, we've seen huge jumps in insurance costs after the fact. 100+% in some cases. And more, in fact. So we'll see. Maybe all of Florida, I guess, is going to get insurance bumps, it would seem. Including some of the other states, Georgia, North Carolina. I guess we'll see what happens. All right, here's the Tennessee governor surveying flooding after Hurricane Helene. Who is the governor of Tennessee? Bill Lee.
It's heartbreaking to see, and now we've seen it with our own eyes. There have been thousands of Tennesseans praying for the Tennesseans here in Upper East Tennessee, and there has been a great deal of effort put in making sure that help is on the way and assistance gets here. There's a lot of damage out there, and there are bridges out, and we've seen those. There are roads that are impassable now, so that isolates people for certain.
When you get in the air and you see the devastation, and these are not just, you know, businesses, these are people, these are friends, these are our families that I've taken care of, and it's something like we've never seen in this part of the state. Who would think that a hurricane would do this much damage in East Tennessee? But that's where we're at, and I've had people reach out from all over the country to say, what can I do to help you?
A path of destruction in western North Carolina in the aftermath of Helene. The storm is now being compared to Hurricane Katrina, with officials calling it a disaster of biblical proportion. Residents trapped in their homes with no lights, food or water, and few open roads for rescuers to help them. Good evening and thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Julian Grace. Well, in the last 10 minutes, President Joe Biden has approved a disaster declaration for North Carolina, ordering federal aid to support recovery efforts. Now, Governor Roy Cooper has confirmed at least 10 deaths, and that number is only expected to climb. Swiftwater and helicopter rescue crews have
I'm sure Roy Cooper is above taking any sort of federal funding, right? Right?
More than 200 people since Thursday, and there's no cell phone service in much of western North Carolina. Cell phone providers say it will be several days until service can be restored. Governor Roy Cooper has said this devastation in western North Carolina is unlike anything they've ever seen before. WRL's Carly Haynes is live outside the Emergency Operations Center. Now, Carly, you spoke one-on-one about with the governor, I should say. What did he have to say?
Julian, the people inside the Emergency Operations Center have been working around the clock. The state has brought in the National Guard. They're working with FEMA, with the American Red Cross, and Governor Roy Cooper said the #1 priority is to get people out and supplies in. For so many.
Okay, what are you saying? You want to look at the Starbucks again? I think it was just flooded as fuck. I don't know what else there is to see. It was just a flooded Starbucks. Very, very flooded Starbucks, but just flooded. Let's go here. I think everything that we're gonna see next for the next 4 or 5 videos is all North Carolina. This was video. This is the tornado that spun off of the hurricane. This is apparently in Asheville, Biltmore Village. This looks like the apocalypse around here. Is it The Walking Dead?
I'm gonna say this is Asheville 1 day after Hurricane Helene. There with the TV station? Are y'all still able to broadcast even though there's no power?
This shit is insane. What are we even like? What are we looking at? You're sick of Anya Kasparian's shit? Oh, Anya. Wow. Just these are, I don't even know where to stop this. Like, it's insane. Like, every single one of these pictures is just wild. But look at this shit. Just this whole piece of road is just gone. Hopefully nobody tries driving down here. This guy is just, for whatever reason, on top of this bridge right now. Sort of contravening all sense. Oh my God. You know, they said there were going to be some big hurricanes this year, but this one hurricane has done what feels like multiple hurricanes worth of damage. And it's still technically traveling north right now, although it's a much, much, much weaker storm. Look at this. This whole house is just obliterated. All that's left is the roof and one wall. I don't even know how it's standing. I guess there must have been a house there previously. No longer. Apparently just got washed away in whole. This is crazy. Oh my God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
It's just image after image after image after image of just completely flooded towns. It is literally like the entire Northeast got just a, I don't know, 5 to 15 feet of water dropped on it. Is this Chimney Rock, North Carolina? Yes. Or somewhere near it, I believe. This is back down now in Biltmore Village. It's switching back and forth between multiple places. But there was definitely footage of Chimney Rock. This is a mudslide that closed the highway. As you can see here, what appears to be, I don't know, a 200-foot section of cliff just sort of decided to no longer be a cliff anymore. Too much water. You're right, it's not the Northeast. I don't know, did I say the Northeast? I should have meant, I meant the East Coast. The Southeast. You're right, I keep saying Northeast. I don't know why. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Watching this very closely as well. In Rocky Mount, people are picking up the pieces after that devastating EF3 tornado yesterday. The storm injured 15 people, 4 of them seriously, and left debris scattered over miles. A state emergency remains in effect. WRAL's Eric Miller has the story.
This afternoon, the sun is shining on a battered Rocky Mount. This here behind me was a medical supply store. And if you take a look down here on the ground, you can see pieces of brick and chunks of wood that were literally ripped out of the building by this tornado, alongside pieces of medical equipment like this crutch here. All of this is friends, neighbors, community members trying to help this city get back on its feet.
This home security video shows much more than rain falling on David Gardner's front yard Friday on Sandtrap Drive.
Yeah, we found clothes, we found laptop batteries, we found all kinds of things.
Things like these humidifier cups.
Just scattered out throughout the backyard and on the golf course. They're kind of everywhere.
Everywhere, but coming from right here. Respiracare Medical Supply, which sits nearly a mile from Gardner's home and was completely demolished by the tornado.
I have 2 kids and we huddled in the bathroom just to kind of ride it out.
That same building-shaking, heartbreaking storm also ripped apart Hing Ta Restaurant.
Yeesh. This storm started off as a tropical storm and turned into just an utter disaster. Of course, it made landfall as a Category 4. We first talked about it, I think, when it was still a tropical storm. What is this, an impromptu river? Is that what we're looking at? Just a random, oh my god, that whole road is just gone. Okay, totally normal. Good lord. All this footage that we're seeing is insane. Hey, Adrian. Good to see you. Got a celebrity in chat. We already saw this footage. We're gonna move past this one. Like, truly devastated the entire South. It, you know, no other way to put it. Just completely devastated. Someone said biblical level flooding. I would say that that's pretty accurate. It does feel biblical. I'm expecting Noah to pop out any moment now. I don't think those boats are supposed to be. I just realized there's like at least 4 or 5 boats. There's like 17 kayaks in there. Holy shit. I just realized what I was looking at. There's gotta be like, oh my god. Like all these shiny bits of, most of these pointy shiny bits of plastic, I think these are all kayaks. There's gotta be like a couple dozen kayaks just floating in this, I don't even know what to call it, sort of tree float. What do you call this? Clusterfuck? Baby Jesus will be returning any day now. Yep, I will keep my eye out.
Jesus, I say that.
We already saw this footage. Keep it moving. Why are we watching this footage twice? Muddy tree goop.
Very serious situation in the south, the catastrophic aftermath of Hurricane Helene, the death toll rising to at least 64. Millions of people are still without power. Whole communities have been flattened, with rescue and recovery operations still underway this morning. ABC's Faith Abube is in Atlanta. Good morning, Faith. Many are just now seeing the damage.
Yeah, good morning to you, Gio. Conditions are now safe enough in multiple states for officials to start surveying the damage. And what they are seeing in terms of Helene's wrath is horrifying. This morning, there are still dozens of people missing in Tennessee and in North Carolina.
This morning, urgent rescue and recovery efforts underway days after Hurricane Helene roared through the southeast, triggering extreme deadly floods. Parts of western North Carolina in and around Asheville hit with what officials are calling biblical devastation. At least 60 people unaccounted for.
This is looking to be Buncombe County's own Hurricane Katrina.
The historic storm dumping as much as 30 inches of rain in parts of the Carolina mountains. Nearly a dozen landslides reported.
I don't think anyone was prepared for it. I don't think anyone thought it would be this bad.
Roads and bridges washed away. As of Saturday, the state DOT shutting down more than 400 roads. Countless residents stranded. Crews and neighbors going door to door to help the most vulnerable.
It's like a bomb went off. They don't have homes. They don't have oxygen, they don't have water.
Relief teams from nearly 20 states on the ground, helping rescue hundreds of people from floodwaters.
We're just trying to keep everybody alive.
This as the death toll from Helene continues to climb. The massive storm killing dozens of people across multiple states.
It looks like a war zone.
In Tennessee, catastrophic stormwater raging downstream. More than 30 people still missing. Helicopter footage from above showing entire neighborhoods gone. Helene destroying businesses and homes. This bridge collapsing into the Nolichucky River.
Oh, God. This is took my whole life. But we will come back.
Millions still in the dark from Florida, where Helene made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane Thursday night in the Big Bend area.
Oh my God, they're really on a blunt mattress.
To Georgia, where storm victims are still reeling. The Hall family, whom we met as they were evacuating their neighborhood by boat, returning to their storm-tossed home.
I don't even know where to begin.
Amid the flooded debris, the Halls forced to pick up the pieces.
And because of so many communities in the Carolina.
Okay. What else do we have to look at here? All right, let's go. Let's go to the most recent stuff now. This is all from within 6 or 8 hours or less of when this stream started. Let's go to this one, I guess. This is in Pinellas County in Florida. 8 hours ago.
Take a look at this car. I think this shows just how powerful this storm was. These cars were buried in the sand, showing how powerful the storm was and how rapidly things developed. The owners simply could not get the cars out of the sand in time. Behind
these cars are suddenly in the sudden sand dune. Sudden sand dunes are never good. You don't want that.
Take a look at this car. I think this shows just how powerful this storm was. These cars were buried in the sand, showing how powerful the storm was and how rapidly things developed. The owners simply could not get the cars out of the sand in time. Behind me are businesses that were devastated by Helene. But even as bad as things are here, I've talked to a number of people tonight who are resolved they will recover and will rebuild.
Sunset over the Gulf of Mexico tonight. The sound of skid steer loaders could be heard above the crashing waves as crews are working to remove tons of sand from the streets. For Lauren Moniz, this is a new experience.
We just moved here 2 weeks ago, and everyone told us it never gets above a foot.
The night Helene hit, she watched as the storm
It seems slightly
surge
higher
rushed
than a
in.
foot.
First from the intracoastal waterway, starting around 5 p.m.
And then by like 6 or 7 p.m., the Gulf started coming, and both bodies of water were meeting and pushing into our homes.
Marianne Ferentz lives a few blocks down and also rode out the storm here.
I've had a house here since 1993, and so we've seen storms, but nothing like this. This was unreal. This is a disaster. It was water rushing through the streets and the sand and the stink.
She owns the Dewey restaurant in Paso Grill and Mise en Place in Tampa and loves the area.
Paso Grille's the best. It's the best because, like myself, everybody out here, all these shops that we're now rebuilding, everybody lives here within a few blocks.
So for her, to see this beautiful beach community looking like this is not easy.
It's pretty devastating, but there's the two sides, like everything in life, right? So there's the side about this is incredibly devastating and everything might be over, and the community spirit and the human spirit that goes, okay, we're going to do this. Let's bring it back.
She's confident the community and the businesses here will rebuild.
Really? They're going to rebuild everything. Wow. Okay. It seems ill-advised. I'm not going to lie. This is not a time to get a property close to water. No shit.
What now?
Lord. What's insane is how much devastation not just happened on the coast, but what happened further inland. The storm, the size of this storm was just so massive. And I really hope there's some people out there who were before all of this climate change deniers and are now perhaps changing their minds. Because I mean, to me, this feels like the sort of storm that climate scientists and, you know, annoying environmentalist YouTubers such as myself have been crying about over and over again. We're going to have stuff like this happening more and more when the weather is as it is, with warmer oceans, with the Gulf the way it is now, much warmer than it was 50, 100 years ago. These storms are going to keep happening if it stays that way. This is from 6 hours ago in Atlanta. No, 5 hours ago. So this is unrelated to the storm. I figured I'd just throw this in here. Or at least I think it's unrelated to the storm, but there's a massive plant fire happening here in Georgia.
They are chemicals, and how they react, you don't know. And so when this plume starts out, it could become, very, very dangerous, toxic. So until we get those readings from EPA and EPD, we don't know exactly what the plume consists of.
So while all of this is happening, they're evacuating this part of suburban Atlanta because of this chemical plant fire. Seems like a bad time for that, but hey, everybody's already evacuating, so I guess you can all evacuate together? I don't know.
Tonight, Western North Carolina is reeling from Hurricane Helene's deadly wrath.
Oh my God.
And desperately waiting for help. In the city of Asheville, streets are still underwater, neighborhoods unrecognizable.
Oh my God.
Some people kayaking to safety. This home completely surrounded by rushing water. We were there when water rescues got underway. Days after Helene, the River Arts District remains underwater. Everything here a complete loss. Just more devastation on top of tragedy.
I want to remind all North Carolinians that conditions on the ground remain extremely dangerous, even as flooding has continued.
Alyssa Smith's only lifeline during the storm, her Jeep.
We weren't prepared for the severity of the storm at all.
Today, the first signs of relief making their way into town. Residents lining up, desperate for resources. Some people waiting up to 30, 40 minutes in line for a chance to get some cash at one of the few working ATMs in all of Asheville. Others, like James Workman and Jeannie Adair, beginning to get frustrated with the government's
This is feeling very apocalyptic down south right now. Cash lines, devastation, Jesus Christ.
In all of Asheville. Others, like James Workman and Jeannie Adair, beginning to get frustrated with the government's response to the catastrophe. At this point, you don't see
Dave
a FEMA station set up.
Isn't he in California?
We should have by now.
I thought Dave Rubin lived in California. Did he move to Florida?
At this point, you don't see a FEMA station set up.
That's
right.
And we should. We should have by now.
Yeah.
Is that concerning?
Yeah. I mean, we expect more and we can't get out.
Down in Florida, residents continuing to assess the damage after taking a direct hit from Helene. In Cedar Key, business owners trying to salvage what's left of their stores.
What Mother Nature can do and the damage is just, it's incredible.
Back in Asheville, a community picking up the pieces and preparing for the long road to recovery. This is the worst thing ever?
It is the worst thing ever.
Something about the American South has always felt very apocalyptic, so you feel like they're just sort of... This is just on brand for them. People are just leaning in. Do you need cash? I feel like you're fine. Aren't you more north? I thought you were in like Jersey or something.
We begin tonight in the southeast, a region facing a historic disaster. In the wake of Hurricane Helene, millions are still without power, complicating recovery efforts, gas shortages, and spotty cell phone service. The death toll still rising, at least 105 now known dead. The monster storm cut a devastating path, stretching more than 600 miles across several states. We have two reports tonight, beginning with Skylar Henry in hard-hit Marshall, North Carolina. Skylar, good evening.
Hey, Nancy, good evening to you. Communities all across this region, including small towns like Marshall, North Carolina, just outside of Asheville, are getting their first looks at the damage. And as you can imagine, folks who live and work here, their emotions are high as they say it'll take years to rebuild.
Mountain towns across Appalachia are cut off. Nearly 300 roads are impassable in western North Carolina alone.
Did you say Appalachia? Where is J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance, where are you? Save Appalachia.
Nearly 300 roads are impassable in western North Carolina alone. There has been no power or cell phone service in the city of Asheville since last week, leaving panicked relatives unable to reach loved ones.
That's my neighbor's house. It's gone. That's crazy.
That is crazy. She's right. Red State folks bitching, where's FEMA? Do you laugh or cry? Great point. Where is Alex Jones? Where's Alex Jones? We need Alex Jones and J.D. Vance. We don't need FEMA. Send Alex Jones and J.D. to Appalachia. They'll solve it. They got it covered.
I literally just looked.
Leaving panicked relatives unable to reach loved ones.
That's my neighbor's house. It's gone. That's crazy. I literally just looked. I cannot believe that. There was a whole house right there.
We spoke to one homeowner in Marshall, North Carolina, who didn't leave until floodwaters were waist deep. When she returned today, the neighborhood was swept away.
Their house is literally completely gone. My neighbor's house his trailer is up against my house.
Today, authorities rushed to airlift supplies and restore communications with devastated communities.
People are desperate for help.
and we are pushing to get it to them. A massive effort. Many people are cut off because roads are impassable.
Long lines for gas are snarling busy roads in hard-hit South Carolina. In Florida, where the storm made landfall on Thursday, the recovery is just getting started.
I'm Jason Allen in Cedar Key, Florida, where there's damage from one house to the next, and you will find this extending for hundreds of miles to the north. Heather Greenwood has lived on Cedar Key for the last 5 years and manages the town's bed and breakfast.
So many of these island people work so hard and they've just lost everything.
Geez, that bed and breakfast doesn't look very welcoming anymore.
Town's bed and breakfast.
So many of these island people work so hard and they've just lost everything.
I think we want to get touring this afternoon, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said the damage from Helene appears to be greater than the combined effects of Idalia and Hurricane Debbie in August.
The thing is, Idalia was a major hurricane, but you had homes that didn't even have major damage with Idalia. Some of those homes were totally destroyed. I mean, it was really, really catastrophic.
The governor said most Floridians impacted, except for people in places like this, could have their power back by tonight. Now, we talked to the owner here. She wasn't even going to come back here today because she said there's really nothing left, as you can see, to come back to. In some cases, the only thing they have is the memories that they are finding in the mud. Nancy?
Yeesh. All right. This is the full video. This is the last video of the Helene coverage. This is the full video of that bridge collapsing that we saw in that video a couple back. At least I think it is, isn't it? Wait. Oh yeah, no, this is the one. Does it show it? I could have sworn this one showed it. Does it not? I guess not. I could have sworn this was the one. Didn't I add it to this list? Son of a bitch. Okay, how are we doing on time? Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. I need a pee, so I'll be right back. I'll give you a little music to listen to. Okay. Yeah. I'm back. Alright, what next? Did I leave you did I leave you with ghosts? I don't think so. What's that over there? Oh no, it's just a statue. Phew. I thought that was a ghost for a second. Alright, let's go here. To New York City. Untouched by Hurricane Helene. But there is a problem happening in Harlem right now with erosion. Let's go to CBS New York for the story.
We're learning more about the effects of climate change on Manhattan's parks. It turns out the largest outdoor art exhibit in Harlem's history has uncovered a pattern of ground cover erosion. Jesse Mitchell covers Harlem and has the latest from St. Nicholas Park.
The curators for Harlem Sculpture Gardens spent months beautifying the parks in preparation for 1,000-pound installations. But months later, much of that work has been washed away. Sandy sidewalks stir up dust down St. Nicholas Ave, dirt dumping through grades to the train tracks below.
With dogs, they're just thinking it's a path. No, you're making it worse.
It's not the sight Savannah Bailey McLean expected for her exhibit.
Are they gonna know?
The sculptures, because if the land isn't good, then the art is not going to sustain itself there.
Comes right back.
It comes right back.
Yeah, and what sucks is it looks like a path. So maybe, I don't know, build an actual path there. That's my thinking. It's just a raised path with adequate drainage on the sides.
It's not going to sustain itself there.
Comes right back.
It comes right back.
She reached out to City College's J. Max Bond Center for Urban Futures and enlisted the help of its director, Professor Sean Rickenbacker.
Producing a little valley, so that's a clear indication of where that water's traveling.
He says soil erosion is a natural process, but parks like these rely on man-made ground cover that can more easily move. And he has seen trees dying recently.
Certainly, in part, that was due to the contributions of the erosion and unfortunately a loss of 100-year-old trees.
Bolstering the canopy.
Yeah, you take away old trees that were kind of holding the forest together, and suddenly stuff starts happening. Who eats food? I am a food eater myself. Sometimes I can't lie. Alright, now let's go here to the Global Citizen Festival.
The purity of the message, the simplicity and the power of that message when there was just 25 people in my living room, or when she was sleeping on my couch when we come and visit in Sydney, it's the same message is now still at the heart of this movement. It's practical, it's got a good heart, and it makes it easy for people, no matter who you are, no matter how old you are, no matter how much money you've got, to make a difference because of the power and the size of this movement.
Well, I think Global Citizen is bringing together people who care. It's sharing messages and all of these things, bringing in the music and the famous rock stars and so on. That attracts the people. And then when you've attracted a whole lot of people and they're all in a good mood, they're receptive to messages.
I think it's important to talk about the fact that there is reason for hope, that we can do something, that it's not hopeless, and sometimes it's easy to get caught up in the doomsday scenarios, and I think it might be great for clickbait and all that.
Now, I do notice some of the sponsors of this seem to be some problematic people. I don't know, Live Nation, City, Cisco, P&G, Delta, Venmo. I mean, yeesh. I feel like we should be able to get some better sponsors. I mean, not that we shouldn't take these people's money, but I certainly hope that that is in no way a reflection of the, what do you call it, agenda of this whole thing. Just concerns me when I start seeing those logos around like that. It's like, goddamn, really? Those are the sponsors? We couldn't have gotten anybody better than that? Alright, let's go here. To Africa.
They're swimming, oh my gosh.
They've never had to swim before.
The cubs are panicking. Can easily attract crocodiles.
Two mamas back over here. Hakuna Matata, Simba. Alright, alright. It is Sunday Funday after all. And we're dealing with a bunch of pretty tough stuff here. So I figured I would try and get some things in around it that aren't so difficult. Let's go on to here. This one is a little bit difficult. Water wars in Central Asia. Here's France 24 English with the story from 2 days ago.
The last time I came here, it was with my son in September 2022. We came to weed the fields. It was the day before he died, just before the war with the Tajiks started. I haven't been back here since.
Daniel Talyabek lives in the Fergana Valley, on the border between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. In 2022, violent clashes between the two countries broke out in his village. His son, who had joined the Kyrgyz army, died in the fighting, killed because of an increasingly coveted resource in this region: water. In the valley, Tajiks and Kyrgyz fight over territory in order to control rivers and reservoirs. Every year, dozens of people lose their lives in these border disputes, like Daniel's son.
You see this land? It used to be all ours. The Tajiks took it from us. They said there wasn't enough water on their side, but this river belonged to us. Our soldiers used to be positioned just above this mountain.
The Fergana Valley.
Okay. Yeah, so, unfortunately, these sorts of situations are potentially a future. With water crises happening all over the place, it's not the only place where there have been some amount of tensions, at the very least, over water resources, if not fighting. And, considering the state of everything, it makes me... these sorts of stories give me much pause. Great concern. Alright, now let's go to a much less concerning story. Wait, hold on. Sorry. 1 second, I got it on the wrong order. There we go. Wait, no, that's not how you do that. Here is Associated Press from 19 hours ago. Let's talk giant pandas.
I
loved seeing Riri climbing trees in her old enclosure. I hope she can climb trees again when she's back in China. I thought I'd definitely regret it if I didn't see them on the last day. So if you don't understand what's happening here, this panda was on loan from the Chinese government to Japan and is now returning to China, and, well, some Japanese people are sad about it. I wanted to be with my loved Riri and Chin Chin until the very end, so I decided to go early today, no matter how long the line was. We've been talking bears all day, it seems like. Alright, now let's go to a more troubling story. Yeah, you know how we've been talking about devastation from flooding in America? Well, it's happening on the other side of the world at the same time. Let's go to Nepal. Whoops. There we go. Heavy rain leads to deadly flooding and landslides in Nepal.
What should we do now? This calamity has happened everywhere, not just to us. It is a big thing for us that our lives have been saved.
Jesus. It's just trash water. This is what happens when the flood cities. It just becomes just a horrifying, not just the flood water, the damage that does, but then the health crisis that it causes with all the, oh God. It is just horrifying.
Devastating floods and landslides triggered by torrential rains have killed more than 100 people in Nepal. Dozens more are still missing after 2 days of intense rainfall, which has inundated areas around the capital, Kathmandu. Thousands of homes near rivers have also been flooded and many highways blocked. Authorities say more than 3,000 people have been rescued so far.
We can't see right now how much loss has been incurred, but there are at least 400 shops here. The 400 shops have suffered a loss of at least 10 million rupees. We have been doing rescue work since yesterday. Police personnel from District Police Office Deng and Police District Office Kathmandu, in coordination with other security organizations, are conducting rescue work continuously. Jesus Christ. Only yesterday we recovered 14 bodies. After that, today we recovered another 17. Adding yesterday and today's totals makes it 31. What should we do now? This calamity has happened everywhere, not just to us. Alright, this is the last video on all this. Death toll 148 and climbing.
गोर्खाबाट आएको बस छ भन्ने छ त्यसको एउटा किनारा त्यहाँ देखिन्छ भर्खर एउटा लास प्राप्त माटो अलिक खाल्नै पर्ने खोजी कार्य जारी छ.
So they are still trying to count the number of people who have died. But as of the time of that video coming out, which was 3 hours ago, 150 people have been declared dead in Nepal after these floods. The entire world underwater. We saw what happened in Europe recently. I mean, it's just out of control. We have to do something to stop the warming of our fucking planet. People need to wake up. Alright, hopefully you've woken up, because now we're just going to have a little bit of fun here for the rest of this half. Don't worry, we still got the global half to do. But to close it out, on the environmental half, I figured we'd look at a little guy by the name of Deng. I'm sorry, not guy, girl. a little pygmy hippo by the name of Deng, who has become a legend and a viral sensation. So cute. Deng of Thailand is not your typical A-list celebrity, but she's certainly being treated like one. The unbearably adorable 2-month-old baby pygmy hippopotamus at Khao Kiao Open Zoo in Chonburi province has wriggled her way into the hearts and minds of millions on the internet. Aww. Bite that boot. You're gonna get it. Ah, so close. Born on July 10th, Deng was unveiled to the public on July 25th. Her name roughly translates to bouncy pig or pork patty by various interpretations, and was chosen by a popular vote held by the zoo. Aww. Come on, Mom. Let me get some carrots. She's unbearably cute. Oh, we got more. we got more. Got more Deng. This is from 3 days ago. The Today Show.
She's quickly become an internet sensation. These days, Deng, the baby pygmy hippopotamus, seems to be everywhere.
She is so adorable.
Across social media and websites, the meme of the moment. And so we're in Thailand. She's this way. Seeking out this unlikely superstar in the flesh. All of it. The rolls, the cheeks. What do you like about her?
So cute.
She's cute. Most of the time I just see them on the internet. It makes me a little bit like, wow, it looks unreal that I get to see them with my own very eyes.
To see the curvy it girl, who at 2 months old has become the call sign for a world needing distraction and finding it cute, moist, and unbothered.
Whether she
Was that asparagus?
eats,
plays around. Anything Mu Ding does gets a reaction. Mu Ding fever started just after she was born, when the zoo uploaded the first images of her to Instagram. Safe to say, the world went wild for the sassy, slippery baby, whose name means bouncing pig or pork patty. Her keeper, Adiponundi, is the human behind her star power and can't keep up with demand for more.
What is that? What do you got there?
Mu Ding is not more tired by this. The one who's tired is here, he says.
Do you think she realizes how popular she is?
Mu Ding may not know, he says, but her mom may be surprised, as before it was quiet. Here at the zoo, attendance has swelled to over 10,000 visitors on some days.
People can't get enough and they keep coming.
I can't get enough of this little hippo.
It's a boom for the zoo.
What's happened?
Can I get a t-shirt?
Stop this madness.
Out of stock. And officials say
It's out of stock.
conservation efforts too.
She's too popular.
Hippos considered an endangered.
Can't do it. I'll bet right after this she's like, I'll sell you one for $10,000 out of the back of my van. I've got unlicensed Mu Deng shirts.
Boom for the zoo. Can I get a t-shirt? Out of stock. And officials say for conservation efforts too, with pygmy hippos considered an endangered species. Cameras offer a 24/7 live stream, but we watched Mu Ding do her thing for real as she lumbered, slept, found a cool corner, and slept some more.
It's so cute. Very cute.
And we saw that between those viral antics making her famous, this is the one thing Mu Ding wants most: to be close to her mom, Jonah, never waddling away for more than a minute. Just a little girl, still new to the world, and unaware of how much it adores her.
Now, Mu Ding is not the first famous animal on the internet, but she is next level popular. That adorable face is now a registered trademark at the zoo. So we can look forward to more Mu Ding merchandise, fan pages, and fame to come after nap time, of course.
Well, that's good. I was concerned. I was concerned we were going to run out of Mu Deng videos.
Time for Friday favorites. Marcus, you're up this week.
This was easy for me today. I mean, it was a total layup. I think Lauren got wind I was doing this, and that's why she switched to another shift today, because we're going to talk about everything, something everybody in the world is talking about today. We're talking about Mu Deng, the pygmy hippo at the Thailand Zoo. Take a look if you have not seen Mu Deng, the pygmy hippo taking over the internet. Everybody loves Mu Deng, and now Mu Deng is like the meme.
Everyone except Lauren.
Yeah, right, that's true. The meme to end all memes. We've got the Flyers mascot Gritty yesterday. Take a look at this. Asking Mu Deng to homecoming. We got a new fighter added to the UFC roster.
You're too good. You're too good for him, Mu Deng. Say no.
How about art? I mean, like, Mu Deng is art. Wow. Even going to the movies, you know, we all love a trip. Baby's first trip to the movies.
That's good.
Slight modification to the movie The Shining. You know, The Shining. How about Alien 3, too? Like, just working through Hollywood. And then one more, baby's first trip to Walmart. You know, and parents.
Oh, God. You got to get the penguin in there.
You know, getting the deals at the old Walmart there. Yeah. So just Mu Deng, just taking over our hearts. There you go.
We don't know Lauren's big disgrace with this, do we?
She just thinks that the hippo's ferocious.
Yeah.
Right? And
Is she scared of the hippo? Come on.
What you talking about?
All right. Let's see. What else do we have here to do? Oh, weird. What's this? Weekend update. Mu Deng on the show. Okay. All right. And that will conclude our Mu Deng coverage for the day. I do hope you enjoyed. Well, I hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button and don't forget to subscribe. Now, if you've already done those things, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But I must ask for even more from you. And that is your strong consideration on becoming a galactic patron on Patreon. A thing you should do. I would recommend doing it. Not only will it make you more galactic as a person, it will help keep the Galactic News Network running smooth. But not just that, you also get some super sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. And what? It only costs $3 a month. That's that's less than a cup of coffee. That's right. So do consider it. If you would like to do other sorts of donation things, PayPal, Cash App, links also in chat. Anyway, quick space break and I will be right back. chat, I am back, which means it's time for the final half of the show. Get back in those seatbelts, space fams, as your captain has just turned back on the seatbelt sign. Alright, now, global news obviously starts off every time with space news. So let's go here first. A view of Hurricane Helene from space. I have no sound.
The International Space Station is currently passing just to the east of the storm, moving from southwest to northeast, traveling 5 miles a second. Helene is at the upper boundary in terms of its size, according to the National Hurricane Center. As a result, anticipated storm surge, wind, and rainfall impacts will extend far away from its center, which is about 400 miles wide, and well outside the forecast cone.
All right, now we got a story to talk about here. Big story.
The ongoing Starliner
Hey,
space
settle.
saga.
Don't.
Look this morning.
Bury the lead on me here. All right. Yes, she kind of got ahead of me there, but that is what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Boeing's failed Starliner mission, leaving those 2 astronauts up in space for an inordinate and unexpected amount of time. Well, the SpaceX mission, which is apparently going to be bringing them back, is preparing. Was preparing to, and it did launch yesterday. So let's go to that.
The ongoing Starliner space saga. A look this morning at the SpaceX Crew Dragon spacecraft on the launch pad in Cape Canaveral. Later today, the private space company is expected to launch a 2-man crew to the International Space Station. And in a new twist, it'll also bring back the 2 astronauts who have been waiting for a ride home since June. Manuel Bajorquez is at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to...
Now, before they get carried away here, I just want to say, right now, if there are any, not NASA, SpaceX engineers currently listening, you deserve a ton of credit. You've done a great job, and hopefully this all works out. If it doesn't work out, well, what the fuck. But there's one person that I've left out of that intentionally.
Manny, good morning.
Good morning to you. This is one of the most dramatic changes to a mission that NASA has made in years. Typically, the SpaceX Crew Dragon launches 4 passengers into space at a time, but this time around, it will only take 2. NASA astronaut Nick Hague and a Russian cosmonaut. The 2 empty seats are needed to bring astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams back to Earth. They were part of the first crewed test flight of Boeing's Starliner capsule, and though it successfully got them to the space station back in June, it ran into problems that prompted NASA to look for another ride home for its crew. To get the Starliner astronauts home, NASA had to bump 2 astronauts, Zena Cardman and Stephanie Wilson, from today's flight despite more than a year of training. Liftoff is set for 1:17 this afternoon, but even if all goes as planned, Wilmore and Williams will have to spend another 5 months in space because this mission is not set to return back to Earth until next February.
Damn. Now, I think one thing, if anything, that can come from all this is making this a hairstyle. Sorry. Whoops. This should be a hairstyle. Whoa. What is happening here? if we can make this happen on Earth somehow.
To get the Starliner astronauts home.
Am I wrong? If we could just make this a thing on Earth, that will have been some kind of success out of all of this. Alright, now here's footage of the Starliner. Not the Starliner. The SpaceX crew leaving Earth.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engine full power. And liftoff. Crew 9. Go SpaceX. Go Falcon. Go NASA.
Liftoff of Crew 9 now soaring to the International Space Station.
Stage 1 Alpha. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Copy 1 Alpha.
Next up, we heard the engine chill on the second stage MVAC engine has begun, and then we will have MECO, or main engine cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed. Stage 2 Alpha. MVAC ignition. Copy 2 Alpha.
With that, we have had confirmation of MECO, stage SEP, and the ignition of our MVAC engine on board stage 2.
Freedom copies, nominal trajectory.
That entry burn is, of course, followed by the landing burn.
It's truly incredible. I mean, the engineering feat here is incredible. And don't let Elon take any credit for this, okay? But everybody, if you're listening to this right now, when he comes out and claims success, remind him that he didn't do any of the engineering.
Yes,
We're also, of course, going to get ready for that nose cone opening, which will allow Dragon to dock with the International Space Station about 28 hours from now.
Dragon SpaceX. Dragon separation confirmed.
Alright, well there's your space news for the day. Some amount of success here, seemingly, with the SpaceX crew. The initial launch tube returning to Earth and having a successful landing. The rest of the spacecraft making it out of the atmosphere. All good things. All right, now let's go on to Earth news, which is usually more important. Not gonna lie, even as a galactic being, I can't deny that Earth is where everything's happening in this galaxy. Let's go to Channel 4 News to talk about UK politics. Conservative Party gathers for first conference in opposition for 14 years. It's a long time.
Alex, it's a bit of a different vibe about the Conservative Party conference this year, but as you say, it's the familiar figure of former Prime Minister Boris Johnson threatening to steal the headlines. Some extracts of his memoirs have been released, the most striking of which that he considered raiding a warehouse in the Netherlands for COVID vaccines during the pandemic. We don't know whether Boris Johnson might appear at the conference this week.
Raiding? Is he going to send the British Army to the Netherlands? Was that the plan?
Raiding a warehouse in the Netherlands for COVID vaccines during the pandemic. We don't know whether Boris Johnson might appear at the conference this week, but we do know another former Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, has arrived this afternoon. Mr. Sunak is, of course, still the Conservative Party leader, but he isn't expected to be here for very long and isn't set to make a speech. Attention has switched to who might replace him as party leader, and some of those contenders have been arriving in Birmingham tonight. Kemi Badenoch, James Cleverly, Robert Jenrick and Tom Tugendhat. The next few days effectively can be thought of as a big popularity contest, really, between the four of them.
That's a stretch, too, considering how unpopular Conservatives are right now. Even more unpopular than labor, which is having some real problems as well. But yeah, it's been a while since there was a Labour government in Britain, and that's a good reminder that they're holding an opposition Conservative Party conference here for the first time in 14 years. Alright, now let's go on to talk about some other stuff. That being mostly Ukraine and the Middle East. Not gonna lie. But before we do those things, let's go to this quickly. Associated Press has the story 5 hours ago. Official results confirm far-right Freedom Party wins Austria's election. That's bad. East Germany had the AfD winning. Now Austria is going, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
A momentous day for Austrian politics. The far-right Freedom Party has won a national parliamentary election for the first time since the end of the Second World War. They finished ahead of the governing Conservatives after tapping into voters' anxieties about inflation, immigration, and the war in Ukraine. But their chances of governing are unclear, as Austria's Chancellor Karl Nehammer and others have repeatedly said they won't join a coalition led by far-right leader Herbert Kickl. Long coalition talks await Austria in the weeks and months ahead, and the political future of the country is unclear.
Well, it's a mildly bleak sounding political situation happening currently in Austria right now. We've been seeing a slightly rightward push in the Eurozone, Austria, Germany, Italy, some places that dealt with fascism in the past seem to be rethinking their turning from it, I guess. I don't know. It's not a good feeling. It feels bad. Alright, now let's go here. If you didn't know, President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine came to the United States to visit during UNGA, spoke at the United Nations General Assembly, as well as some leaders outside of that more formal gathering, including Donald Trump.
President Zelensky is asked to meet with me, and I will be meeting with him tomorrow morning at around 9:45 in Trump Tower. And it's a shame what's happening in Ukraine. So many deaths, so much destruction. It's a horrible thing. And one of the things that are very bothersome to me is the fact that Europe is paying only a small fraction of the money.
That's what bothers me. Europe's not doing enough. Can you throw eggs? I think there's an egg command.
That the United States of America is paying. And very bothersome to me is the fact that Europe is paying only a small fraction of the money that the United States of America is paying. And we have an ocean between Russia and ourselves. They don't. I believe I will be able to make a deal between President Putin and President Zelensky quite quickly. It's not a surrender. What my strategy is to save lives. I want to save lives. Millions of people are dead. Millions more than they even think about. And it's not my fight, but it is a fight to save humanity.
It's not my fight.
Do you believe that Ukraine should turn over some of its own land to Russia in order to end the war?
We'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
What's your message to Zelensky tomorrow?
No big deal. I'm sure it'll come up, I'm sure, but no big deal. I'm sure everything will be fine. Cross that bridge when we come to it.
Let's get some peace. We need peace. We need to stop the death and destruction. Don't you think? Wouldn't that be nice?
first time, Ukraine's President Zelensky came to the halls of Congress with a request.
Will they allow you to send missiles deeper into Russia, Mr. President? Did they endorse your victory plan? Will the President give you that permission, Mr. President?
Firing deeper into Russia is an ask that Zelensky believes will allow Ukraine to put Russia on the back foot and begin to end this war. But he needs the green light from Joe Biden first.
Ukrainian people have fought and died to win a future of freedom and independence. Mr. President, we all stand by your side.
The US president made that promise directly to Zelensky in New York yesterday, and this morning he announced another multi-billion-dollar package of support for Kyiv. But for fear of escalation, the permission to fire American long-range missiles further into Russia has not, so far, been granted, though some believe it should.
If you continue the policy of holding Ukraine back because you're worried about escalation, you will doom them to lose. So, Mr. President Biden, I know you want Ukraine to prevail. You need to allow President Zelensky to execute his plan.
Earlier in the week, President Zelensky toured an ammunition plant in Pennsylvania. It's so far supplied more than 3 million artillery shells to Ukraine, but Zelensky told them he needed more. The US...
Jesus Christ. Why is this the state of the world? Everybody's just hurling bombs at each other.
Already provided over $170 billion worth of aid to Ukraine, and some, like Donald Trump, believe the time has come to stop asking for more and start negotiating peace.
I think Zelensky's the greatest salesman in history. Every time he comes into the country, he walks away with $60 billion. Billion! As president-elect, if I win this election, the first thing I'm going to do is call up Zelensky and call up President Putin, and I'm going to say, you got to make a deal. This is crazy.
Trump's version of a deal, though, means Ukraine surrendering territory to Russia, which they are not prepared to do, especially as Russian missiles continue to rain down, as they did yesterday in the city of Kramatorsk in the east. Hence Zelensky's victory plan, which he'll present today to President Biden, with a plea to put aside the fear of Russian retaliation and allow Ukraine to use American long-range missiles to hit Putin hard.
Now, let's go to this. We have got one more thing to look at. Is it one or two? Actually, no, I forgot. So many stories. All right. Yeah, let's go to here where Trump actually met with Zelensky, which led to a slightly awkward situation here.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have the president with us. And he's been through a lot. He's been through a tremendous amount, like probably nobody else, almost nobody else in history, if you really get right down to it. And we're going to have a discussion and see what we can come up with. But great honor to have you with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much for this meeting. Five years passed.
Yeah.
So we had meeting again here in New York in September, and now there are a lot of challenges in Ukraine, United States, and of course I want to discuss with you. I think where we are together, I think we have a common view that the war in Ukraine has to be stopped and Putin can't win, and Ukrainians have to prevail, and I want to discuss with you the details of our plan of victory.
We have a very good relationship. And I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. And I think if we win, I think we're going to get it resolved very quickly. I really think we're going to get it resolved.
I hope we have more good relations.
We're going to have, I see. Yeah, but you know, it takes two to tango, you know, and we're going to have a good meeting today. And I think the fact that we're even together today is a very good sign.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there, but no, actually, I also have a really good relationship with Putin. He's one of my favorite guys. I can't diss Putin. You're okay, but Putin's great.
And hopefully we'll have a good victory because the other side wins. I don't think you're going to have victories with anything, to be honest with you. So we're going to sit down, just discuss it, and if we have a win, I think long before January 20th, before I would take the presidency. It's January 20th. But long before that, I think that we can work out something that's good for both sides.
Zelensky looks so concerned. He's got such a concerned look on his face. I'm concerned. I'm like, what is he even talking about? Is he going to work out a deal before he's president? How is he going to do that? I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand how half of what it was said was very confusing to me just now. And this is what has been happening on the front lines in Ukraine. This is from 2 days ago, Associated Press.
Armata! Armata! 45!
Противник здійснює кожного дня нарощування певної продукції.
The enemy increases their production of weapons every day, for example, ammunition, so we need to destroy all of that along with their supply routes. Here's footage of a Ukrainian city being, or have it after the aftermath of it in Zaporizhia, where at least 16 people were hurt. Yeesh. Too much destruction on the Sunday FUNDAY, and I'm afraid we're not done with the destruction today. We still have to go to the Middle East, if you haven't noticed, and well, that's what's gonna be coming in after this next video. But here's 2 days ago from Associated Press, where Russia and China held joint military drills in the Sea of Okhotsk.
Это не будет мешать друг другу.
You know, I keep saying people need to stop doing all this sort of military posturing in Asia right now. With everything else going on, we don't need it, right? And this is sort of a prime example of what I'm talking about when I say that. And the fact is things are looking worse and worse in the world in general right now. Very bad. I hate to tell you that on a Sunday fun day of all days, to tell you that shit's bad. Well, I'm trying to get us to have fun, but the fact is that my estimation of where things are at, from where it is now today, and from where it was, let's just say last Sunday fun day, right? It's gotten at least 25% worse. That's my estimation of things. And maybe I'm being a little bit, I don't know, maybe I'm exaggerating, or maybe being too much of a worrywart. But it's just, you know, all this stuff has been happening recently. Where do you want me to start, right? Well, this is where we're going to start. Here's the Israeli army spokesperson. What's this guy's name again? Ehud Barak? I forget what this guy's name is, honestly. I don't think that's right. But here's one of the IDF spokespersons we've seen time and time again, explaining to us that everything Israel's done recently in Lebanon was totally legitimate.
Well, another interesting point that came out of the statement of Daniel Hagari, the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces spokesman, was that he said that Hezbollah's headquarters was a legitimate military target under international law. He said that Hezbollah was using Lebanese people as human shields by having put its headquarters underneath residential buildings in the south of Beirut. Now, Hezbollah has always denied using people as human shields, but it's interesting that Hagari is coming out saying...
Not just Hezbollah, actually, as it turns out. Other people have, including Israel's own spokespeople, previously, before their recent attacks on Lebanon, have said outright that they don't do it. Also, suggesting that Hezbollah's headquarters is a legitimate target really opens up Israel, in my opinion, to its own sort of problems here, sort of reciprocal attacks. I mean, does it or does it not justify striking, I don't know, say the Knesset? Is that such a huge... what's the difference? Can anybody here actually like quantify the difference between the two?
Precipitating criticism, because we don't yet know what the death toll is going to be in that attack, that major attack on the Beirut suburb last night. How many Lebanese people have been killed? How many have been injured? But we're looking at several residential buildings which were flattened in that attack. He also said, Daniel Hagari said, that Hezbollah was almost asking for it when it joined the fight against Hamas. So Hamas carried out the attack in Israel, in southern Israel, on October 7th last year. On October 8th, Hezbollah began sending rockets into Israel in support of Gazans. And that Hagari said, was an escalation, and that Hezbollah continued.
Okay, so yeah, it was all legitimate, of course, according to Israel. Shock of shocks. Surprise of surprises. Let's go to a different Israeli official, one Benjamin Netanyahu, to tell us his thinking on all of this.
נסראללה לא היה עוד מחבל.
Sorry, hold on.
הוא היה המחבל.
I'm going to turn the volume down so I can translate. Nasrallah was not another terrorist, he was the terrorist. He was the axis of the axis, the central engine of Iran's axis of evil. I forgot, we already listened to this, didn't we? I think this is a repost. Huh, no, we already saw it. Either way, whatever, we don't need to listen to this whole fucking shit. I'm glad I can skip that. Let's go here. Global news. Yesterday, the state of Israel eliminated the arch-murderer Hassan Nasrallah. We have settled accounts with someone who was responsible for the murders of countless Israelis and many nationals of other countries, including hundreds of Americans and dozens of French. Nasrallah was not... Okay. Why are we doing this? Can we move on from this garbage speech? Double post, really? Alright, let's go here. For whatever reason, I glossed over that one. Let's go to here. This is J.D. Vance responding to questions at a rally. This one is illuminating as to what a potential Trump-Vance presidency would, or administration would bring us in the Middle East.
Next question.
Senator Linda Stein, Delaware Valley Journal. I was wondering, you and Donald Trump have promised us peace and prosperity. However, Israel is bombing Hezbollah now, and of course the war in Ukraine continues. What do you think is going on in the world? What will you do about it?
Well, ma'am, it's actually a very important question because you cited 2 wars that were started under Kamala Harris's weak leadership. And the way... So I have a very detailed plan for how we're going to bring peace and prosperity back to the world. It's 3 words: elect Donald Trump. That is the peace plan for the United States of America and for the world. But look, here's the issue. I've dealt with some of these world leaders. I've talked to them. Here's the problem. When you have weak American leadership and you have an American leader that nobody respects, you have wars breaking out all over the world. If Donald Trump was president, Russia would have never invaded Ukraine. If Donald Trump was president, Hamas would have never attacked Israel.
What now?
And so what we've got to do is just get back to common sense American deterrence. You've got...
So yeah. His idea. Actually, I'll let him finish it.
Make the bad guys worry that if they do something screwed up, somebody is going to make them pay for it. That is exactly what Donald Trump did, and that's how we're going to get back to peace in the world. American...
So I guess he's saying we inflate the military budget even further. And use it to scare people, I guess, as if it's not working enough. It's not as if having a military budget already big enough to, I don't know, dwarf the next, like, 5 combined. I don't know exactly the numbers, but it's wild just how big the American military budget is compared to everybody else. So yeah, let's go on to here. JD's take on the situation. Now let's listen to a guy by the name of Mehdi Hassan. He seems to have a take on what's been happening recently.
Israel is once again rejecting global calls for a ceasefire. But this time they're not for Gaza. No, they're for Lebanon, where Israel has now launched a violent and reckless escalation in their almost year-long crossfire battle with Hezbollah. Israel, of course, took that crossfire to a whole new level last week when they made hundreds of pagers suddenly explode across Lebanon after planting explosives in them, injuring thousands and killing a dozen people, including 2 children and 4 healthcare workers. Not only did Israel then continue to set off even more explosives in Lebanon in what they claimed was the targeting of Hezbollah fighters, but this past Monday they went even further, launching the most horrific and deadly airstrikes in Lebanon yet, killing even more civilians and overwhelming the country's hospitals. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told Israel's military to continue fighting on with, quote, full force as they prepare for a potential ground invasion and continue to launch deadly strikes deep inside of Lebanon. So, as Israel engages in a new wave of blatant propaganda to try and justify the spilling of even more Arab blood, here are the 5 things that they're not telling you about their horrific assault on Lebanon. The 5 things you need to know to cut through the BS. Number 1, most of the attacks have been from Israel, not Hezbollah. Despite what Israel wants you to believe, this is not a case of a besieged Jewish state suddenly defending itself after showing restraint for months and months. No, since the fighting between Israel and Hezbollah began on October the 8th, Israel has carried out 82% of all the attacks between the two sides, according to ACLAD, a very respected non-profit monitoring group, which has even been funded by the US State Department and the German government in the past.
Illegal.
Oh, and those numbers don't even include the pagers and walkie-talkies that blew up and killed people, or even the huge numbers of Israeli strikes from this past week that killed huge numbers of people. So can we please stop talking about Israeli restraint? Number 2, and on that note, Israel is killing Lebanese civilians. A lot of them. Just take a look at Monday, when Israel's airstrikes on Lebanon killed over 550 people, including 50 children and 94 women, marking Lebanon's deadliest day in decades. And no, the rest of those killed weren't a bunch of Hezbollah fighters either. According to Lebanese Health Minister Dr. Firas Abiad, the, quote, overwhelming majority, if not all, of the dead were civilians. And before people try to dismiss those numbers, as they do in Gaza when they say you can't trust the Hamas-controlled health ministry, the health ministry in Lebanon isn't controlled by Hezbollah. And Dr. Abiad is not affiliated with Hezbollah in any way.
No. We can't claim that the health ministry of Lebanon is run by Hezbollah. That's no good.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Don't just take it from me, take it from the super pro-Israel New York Times, which pointed out that Dr. Abiad is generally considered apolitical and won praise and prominence for his data-driven assessments during the coronavirus pandemic. Number 3, the human shields excuse really doesn't work in Lebanon. In a video message on Monday, Netanyahu told the Lebanese people that Hezbollah is apparently using them as, wait for it, human shields. How original. But just a few days before that, former Israeli military spokesman Jonathan Conricus actually went on Piers Morgan's show and told the viewers the exact opposite. Have a listen.
Here in Lebanon, until now, the situation is that Hezbollah has so far distinguished itself from civilian population. Israel has been able to take out more than 500 Hezbollah operatives and with absolutely minimal collateral damage in Lebanon. Hezbollah hasn't been hiding amongst civilians yet.
You heard that, right? Not only does Israel know Hezbollah is not using their civilians as human shields, but Conricus is even admitting that his government knows how to avoid, quote, collateral damage. So all the Lebanese civilians killed by Israeli airstrikes this week? I mean, I guess they were just for shits and giggles. Number 4, yet more genocidal rhetoric from Israel. The Israeli government wants you to believe that this is all about security, about protecting ordinary Israelis at the northern border, and that this war isn't against Lebanon or the people of Lebanon, but only against Hezbollah. The problem is that, like with Gaza, their ministers can't stop sounding genocidal in public when they talk about Lebanon. Just have a listen to what Israel's education minister, Yoav Kish, had to say on a live television interview just a few days ago.
There's
no difference between... wait, hold on, sorry. Hold on, sorry. There's no difference between Hezbollah and Lebanon. The way things are progressing at the moment, Lebanon will be annihilated. It will not be the same Lebanon. I'm not going to deal with hunting down Hezbollah. The price of aggression from Lebanon's territory will be paid by the state of Lebanon.
Annihilated, he said. Annihilated. Yes, despite Netanyahu claiming that Israel's war is just against Hezbollah, Kish purposely made it clear, very clear, that in reality they're not even going to try and do targeted attacks on only Hezbollah.
What do targeted attacks even mean anyway?
Plain and simple. Then there is Israel's Diaspora Affairs Minister, Amichai Chikli, who took to Twitter and claimed that, quote, Lebanon, even though it has a flag and even though it has political institutions, does not meet the definition of a country.
Wow.
How's that for genocidal? Lebanon isn't even a real country, apparently. Sounds like Vladimir Putin talking about Ukraine. Chikli went on to propose kicking Lebanese citizens, the Shia ones, out of parts of southern Lebanon and turning those parts into, quote, buffer zones, which will be controlled by the Israeli military.
Yep.
And which we know is just a polite code word for ethnic cleansing, followed by illegal Israeli settlements. Number 5,
New West
want
Bank.
to talk about terrorism? It's Israel that's committing terrorism. Let's state the obvious. If Hezbollah set off a pager to explode in an Israeli grocery store or in an American hospital, there's no way that American senators like John Fetterman would have praised those attacks. They would be denouncing them as a new age of illegal terrorism. They'd be calling in the CIA. And yet just listen to what former CIA director Leon Panetta said about Israel's terrorist attack with exploding pagers.
The ability to be able to place an explosive in technology that is very prevalent these days and turn it into a war of terror, really, a war of terror. This is something new.
Is it terrorism?
I don't think there's any question that it's a form of terrorism.
Yes, even the former director of the CIA thinks Israel has opened a new Pandora's box when it comes to acts of terror. But hey, it's all just self-defense, right? Look, as we've seen with Gaza.
Yeah, I think we all know. Israel's self-defense claims ended about a year ago now. Okay. Let's quickly go to UNGA, where UN Chief Antonio Guterres spoke. He said that Gaza remains the epicenter of violence in the entire world, as he called for a ceasefire.
Over the past year, virtually the entire population of Gaza has been displaced, many of them several times, with nowhere safe to go. Half of the homeless are children. All are surviving in appalling conditions with very limited access to food, water, sanitation, shelter, and health care. All are in constant fear for their lives. In face of this destruction, international humanitarian law is in tatters. And let's be clear, violations by one side cannot be used to justify violations by the other. We need this ceasefire now. We cannot afford endless negotiations as we have on Gaza. We must avoid a regional war at all costs. Gaza remains the epicenter of the violence, and Gaza is key to ending it.
Yep. All right. Now let's go to this. This is the majority report discussing the outrageous speech which Benjamin Netanyahu gave at UNGA.
Part of why we're so fired up is like Lebanon is being bombed a lot right now. Like carpet bombing, it's hard
2,000 pound bombs.
I haven't seen that, but if that's
what people are saying based on the craters.
I would imagine, like, why should we be shocked by that? By the way, the red line for Biden was not to use 2,000 pound bombs in Gaza, but we're going to use it in residential areas in Lebanon. Is that a red line yet?
Well, and it's sort of thing, like, imagine, like, okay, let's say these weren't...
What is the color red?
Atrocity. Wasn't 2,000-pound bombs. Imagine, like, the type of person, like, MR said it was 2,000-pound bombs, and actually it was these slightly smaller pound bombs. It's the same people who would have been shocked that, say, Rashida Tlaib call out Israel for bombing hospitals, David Pacman, and then just shut up about the subject for months and months afterwards. But yeah, here's this carpet bombing in Beirut.
Oh my god. Okay, so they've already killed 700 people before we saw this footage.
Yeah, who knows how many. You can hear just the screams after the fact. I mean, this is hell.
Yeah, I think we technically covered this before the MR did, but yeah. Yes, Pacman called out. He deserves the call out, but yeah, we watched this almost like very shortly after it happened, I think, and it's just shocking that Israel wants to pretend that it's doing anything even close to, discriminatory attacks. These are clearly nothing but indiscriminate and just. It's just clearly, it's war crimes. It's fucking war crimes. I'm running out of ways to describe the stuff that Israel does. It's about time everybody else woke up to the shit they're doing. This is really no different than what we saw in Gaza. I mean, to some degree. I mean, granted, things in this one day, in the last couple of days in Lebanon, things have been. I mean, like the worst that we saw in Gaza on a single day basis. It's shocking to me that it's not. I thought it was going to be over by now. I genuinely thought it was going to be over. I know it seems crazy, but you remember way back when when Joe Biden came out behind that podium with his little ceasefire deal he had? And he looked so pleased with himself. He's like, we solved it. We solved the Middle East. 3-part deal. Everybody listen up. I'm staying in the race. We've got this figured out. And now, what is it, like 6 months later? We're still sitting here like, it seems worse. Seems worse than it was.
And in the midst of all this, you'll get Zionists sharing photos of like a bottle rocket crashing next to a highway, being like, how can people live like this? How can people live like this? Is my question.
It's not a coincidence that this is happening as Bibi Netanyahu. I'm using the stupid nickname that Benjamin Netanyahu, the Hitler of our time, was speaking at the United Nations today. Here he is, and good on these member states organizing this walkout in the middle of this genocidal maniac's appearance. This is at the beginning of his speech.
And just before you play this, thanks to everybody who was protesting him outside his Lux Hotel in Manhattan last night. And anybody who is getting jury duty summons recently, please do your jury duty so you can hopefully get on one of those cases and throw it the fuck out, because everybody who got arrested was righteous.
Talking of Israel and the conflict that is now the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, about to address the General Assembly. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, order.
There needs to be a lot more of this.
Order, please.
What we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people walking out of the General Assembly, and the moment in which Benjamin Netanyahu walked in to address to give his address, perhaps a sign, a bit of taking of the temperature as to how that session of the world body feels about his presence right now. Talking.
Oh, it's not a coincidence, by the way, that this extensive bombing out of Beirut, out in the immediate outskirts of Beirut, is happening right now.
Can we watch a clip of his speech where he talks about the region, and because there's so much emphasis on the regional conflict and
the regional conflict. Let's forget about the people were starving to death and bombing to death in the open air prison.
So Netanyahu basically at this point in the speech uses two visual aids to basically indicate which are the good Arab countries to work with and which are the bad ones to be scared of. And
that sounds helpful.
Not trust.
Goo goo gaga.
Gaga.
This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Across this bridge, we will lay rail lines, energy pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this second map. It's a map.
It's upside down, stupid.
Black.
Look at the second map. It's a map of a curse. It's a map of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed
Can you pause it,
from the
actually?
Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean.
So even in the curse map, there's no Gaza. Can we just zoom in? I mean, I don't see Gaza. I don't see the West Bank.
Yeah, no,
that's Israel. That's Israel.
He erased, and then he...
also the Golan Heights, obviously.
In the West Bank, of course. It's all just Israel. Yeah, Jordan over there. Then just Israel and Egypt. Okay. Yeah. Completely shameful speech from Benjamin Netanyahu. Can't watch any more of it, honestly. It's just killing me right now. We got too much to talk about because Israel's been fucking busy ever since that happened. Let's go here. All eyes on Iran after assassination of Hezbollah's leader. Global news from a day ago.
No country is more tied to Hezbollah than Iran, and all eyes are on Tehran tonight. Hezbollah was founded in the early 1980s by Iranian Revolutionary Guard members to combat...
Wow. Oh my god. Global news. Immediately in there. Hezbollah is basically Iran. Always remember that. Not actually true. I mean, do they have backing from Iran? Yes. Doesn't make them Iran.
Forces in Lebanon. It serves as a Lebanese offshoot of the Islamic Republic, sharing similar anti-Western and anti-Israeli rhetoric. Nathaniel Dove reports.
Sirens, likely warning of revenge. Hours after Israel killed Hezbollah's leader, the Houthis, another Iranian proxy, fired a missile at Tel Aviv that was intercepted. Hassan Nasrallah's death prompted a chorus of mourning from Iran's allies.
In the eyes of many people, he represented the sort of the epitome of resistance.
You know, I would find it less problematic that they brought up the fact that people like Hezbollah and Hamas, Houthis, were backed by Iran if they did the same thing with American-backed countries, right? And like all other countries, right? But like, you know, every time they talk about Israel, I'm sorry, not Israel, American-backed Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they don't do that every time, then they're being inconsistent and, you know, a little racist. Probably a lot racist.
Israel's occupation.
The course's conductor, Iran's supreme leader, vowed revenge. Before, Reuters sources say, moving to a secure location. Israel's Friday strike on Beirut also killed a high-ranking general in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Iran's main provocateur.
Ooh, their
Iran
main
has
provocateur.
directly assaulted Israel before, in April, after Israel...
All right, I've had enough of global news. Let's go here. Iran says militant groups will go on confronting Israel and avenge Nasrallah.
Iran's supreme leader has promised vengeance for Hassan Nasrallah's killing. For these protesters in Tehran, it's the only way to respond.
We only want retaliation. Compromise will not work anymore. Just retaliation. We can't escape the trap of escalation. We must go forward. We are all ready.
We must support each other. We should be united and we should retaliate. We want a quick retaliation. We will definitely take revenge.
Iran, Hezbollah's closest state ally, is now in 5 days of official mourning. While in Iraq, MPs openly wept in parliament as they read tributes to Nasrallah and calls for revenge.
We say to you, O leader of the resistance, we will continue on your path, seeking revenge for you and all the martyrs. Saeed Hassan Nasrallah is all of us. Every Iraqi is Hassan Nasrallah, and every member of our parliament is Nasrallah.
In Gaza, there's grief among some displaced Palestinians, the people Hassan Nasrallah said he was supporting with Hezbollah's intensifying strikes on Israel.
The news is like a thunderbolt. We're losing a great leader in the resistance, whom we were proud of, who defended the Palestinian people.
We're very sad, of course, because he supported the Palestinian people a lot, especially in this time of war that we're going through right now.
For many Gazans, Hassan Nasrallah was a staunch ally at a time they feel abandoned by much of the Arab world.
Okay, let's go here. Guardian News. Israel carries out... Oh, wait, actually, we launched this already. We beat Guardian News to this one. I'm sorry. Let's go to this one. Sorry, Associated Press from yesterday. Explosions and rising plumes of smoke across Lebanon. Alright, let's go to this next. As protesters have once again taken to the streets in Tel Aviv demanding a hostage deal. What's happening? Now, this is protest in West Bank. So we went from Tel Aviv to the West Bank here. Both groups of people are protesting here.
ما
جنودك يا حزب الله نحي لك يا نصر الله يا حزب الله ويا حبيب فجرت الأبيب فجرت الأبيب يا نصر الله ويا حبيب يا نصر الله ويا حبيب حزبك حزب مغوار حزبك حزب مغوار ارفع ايدك على الصوت واللي بيهتف ما بيموت هي يلا وهي يلا هي يلا وهي يلا يرحم روحك يا نصر الله يرحم روحك يا نصر الله يرحم روحك يا نصر الله نرحم الله للبنان.
Seems like everybody's upset at Israel. Aside from, I don't know, the Biden administration and, who else? Piers Morgan. Let's go here. Where people were also upset in Pakistan over the assassination of Nasrallah.
जानिब जाने के लिए रास्ता बनाए ताकि मरकजी ट्रक आगे जाके रैली की क़यादत कर सके जो
हमारा एक मकसद है कि इस्राईल ने एक बर्बरियत
Our objective is one. Israel must stop its aggressions. Wait, sorry, hold on. I think I missed part of that. Hold on. I think I missed part of that. Our objective is one. Israel has perpetrated an aggression. We are in the streets to express solidarity with the martyr. We are here to express hatred of the United States and of Israel. The assassination of Nasrallah has escalated fears of the conflict will widen into a broader Middle Eastern war. Yeah, I think we're all a little concerned about that. We were all told that that was not going to happen. The United States was going to keep that from happening because we had ceasefires all ready to go, supposedly. But it does not seem like that happened. And now I don't know what's going to stop that wider Middle East war from happening. What exactly what will be the suppressing force here at this point? In 8 days, October 7th again. And that'll be a full year since all this started. Now let's look at the attacks that have happened over the last 12 hours, I guess, because this happened 8 hours before the stream. Apparently, Hezbollah fired rockets into northern Israel as sirens sounded. Yeah, this is from earlier today. Alright, now this one is from 7 hours ago. This is a footage and a discussion around Israel's bombing of Yemen, which happened around the same time. BBC News.
Tonight, Israel has once again expanded its military operations here in the Middle East by bombing targets in Yemen. Further airstrikes on Hezbollah targets here in Lebanon have also continued through the day. The killing on Friday of Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah has marked a rapid escalation in this conflict. Well, Israel announced the latest airstrikes in Yemen, which targeted power plants and the port of Hodeidah, were their response to missile attacks by the Iranian-backed Houthis. The Houthi-run health ministry has said at least 4 people were killed and 29 wounded. And here in Lebanon, Israel attacked more than 120 targets across the day. Well, in a moment, we'll hear from our senior international correspondent, Orla Gerlin, who's returned from the Bekaa Valley to assess the impact of Israel's campaign there. But first, let's get the latest on those Israeli airstrikes in Yemen and head to Jerusalem. Our correspondent John Donison is there. John, why has Israel decided to do this now?
Well, Israel says it attacks those who attack it. And ever since the war erupted in Gaza almost a year ago, the fear has been that the conflict there could escalate into a wider regional war. And those fears were not eased today.
Israel's military reach and power is long and strong. This is not Lebanon or Gaza, but almost 2,000 kilometers away in Yemen. The target, one of the country's biggest ports and 2 power stations, controlled by Iranian-backed Houthis.
Oh, there we go.
The operation directed by Israel's defense minister.
Of course. As long as they're controlled by the Houthis, we can blow them up. These explanations, these excuses are really starting to get old. And the fact is, you know, we can apply these same sorts of logics to Israel. At this point, I think there's nothing wrong with doing so. So, what does that mean? It means, I guess, all Israeli ports and energy production are also on the table. They're claiming that it is for the other side. So why is it not an equitable situation? Why shouldn't it be? That's my question right now.
We have no interest in expanding the war. We have no interest in looking for additional fronts. But if somebody...
We don't have no interest in expanding the war. You're doing it right now. You're expanding it. I don't care if you're interested. So they're disinterested. They're just not interested, guys. And gals, of course. People. All of you. They're just not interested. You know? They're disinterested. They're bored. They're expanding it, but it's just boring to them. You know, bombing people and all that. The fact is, they're not into it, but they have to do it.
Israel, as the Houthis have recently done with missiles, and throughout the war with cruise missiles and drones, anyone who carries out such an attack, we will settle the account with them, and we know how to do it.
Israel is not holding back. Its Air Force releasing footage as they set off for the raid. And earlier today, it says it shot down another drone launched from Yemen. For the past year, the Yemeni Houthis have been trying to influence the conflict in the Middle East. This is their commandos seizing a British-owned ship in the Red Sea last November.
Yeah. 12 months ago, practically. We're going to talk about this right now? Okay. We got anything else to talk about? Current?
As more airstrikes rain down, Noor Moussaoui lies in intensive care. She is 6 years old and was injured on her own doorstep on Monday. Her family say she's intelligent and chatty and loves meeting new people. But here, shortly before the attack, she was afraid and praying. Her mother, Rima, now prays by her bed.
Okay. Let's look at the footage of these strikes here. This is the AP from 7 hours ago. Or I guess 10 hours ago. Right at... Okay. This next video here is footage of a strike on Central Beirut. Stop. There we go. This is a showing the aftermath of a strike in the center of the capital of Lebanon in Beirut here. This is the AP from 6 hours ago. How much more has to happen before God floods us? Come on, God. Have you seen the rest of the stream today at all? If those events are in fact tied, I might have to believe in God again. But But, I mean, have you seen the floods that we talked about literally all day? Not saying that there's any causality there, or correlation even, but, you know, has been some pretty bad floods recently. Oh, shit. It's the last video. How did this happen? How did we get to the last video? Well, great job, everybody, for getting this far. But this is it. It's the last... it's the last clip of the night. Good God. I hope it's been slightly fun. This end has been tough. Unfortunately, this last clip probably isn't going to be super uplifting. Here's Joe Biden. After all of these recent strikes, this was, I think, hold on. This was 3 hours before the stream started. Joe Biden, before getting on a plane, talking to journalists, calling for diplomacy.
A what now?
Tonight, President Biden is renewing his call for diplomacy to defuse the crisis. CBS's Natalie Brand is at the White House with that. Natalie?
Good evening. President Biden says all-out war in the region has to be avoided and that he will be speaking to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. As relations between the two leaders have been strained, the Biden administration did not receive advance notice of the Israeli strike that killed Hezbollah's leader. But National Security Council's John Kirby says that Hezbollah's leadership structure being decimated works to the Israelis' advantage and is good for the region. U.S. officials tell CBS News that Hezbollah's missile capabilities have also been significantly degraded. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. is determined to prevent Iran or its proxies from exploiting the situation and expanding the conflict. Austin warned that if Iran or its partners target American personnel or interests, the U.S. will take every measure necessary, Nancy, to defend itself.
America's going to defend itself in other people's countries. That's fascinating. Well, gotten through another Sunday FUNDAY. Hope you all enjoyed, or at least learned something. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mindy, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here are producers of the Galactic News Network that have helped make possible the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month by clicking that link in chat.